Okay, good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is a Township Council regular meeting for February 21st, 2023. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act. This meeting was included in the annual notice of the meeting schedule as set forth in Resolution R-22-245, adopted by the Council. It's a regular meeting of December 20th, 22, advertised in the official newspaper on December 29th, 2022, and January 5th, 2023. Posted on the bulletin boards outside of the municipal building and has remained continuously posted. In addition, a copy of the annual notice is and has been made available to the public and is on file with the Township Clerk. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councillor Cummings?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Present.
Councillor Preiss Abrams?
Present.
Councillor Russo?
Present.
Councillor Schlager?
Here.
Councillor Yacovelis?
Present.
Mayor Spiller?
Present. Next, we'll move the agenda with flexibility. We have first a proclamation, a couple of different proclamations actually, that we will begin with here tonight. The first is a proclamation in recognition of Black History Month. Whereas Black History Month is the month in which we honor the contributions of Black Americans since our country's beginning, and we recommit to reaching for a day when every month is Black History Month. No person is judged by anything but the content of their character, and whereas during the 1920s, the African American named Carter Woodson created and promoted Negro History Week, which was celebrated the second week in February because this included the birthdays of Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln. Whereas in 1976, the month-long celebration was implemented as a time for Americans to seize on the opportunity to honor the too often neglected accomplishments of Black Americans in every area of endeavor throughout history. We reflect on the history and teachings of Black Americans, the history which goes back thousands of years beyond that of slavery and includes some of the greatest, most advanced societies in the history of the human experience. Whereas Black history is American history, and the contributions made to our nation by people of African descent are numerous and a vital part of the fabric of our society. Whereas celebrating Black History Month helps us to appreciate the diversity and character of our region and certainly our state, highlights the importance of shining on our culture, customs, and traditions with those around us, and certainly acknowledges that our diversity is in our strength. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the Township of Montclair do hereby declare February as Black History Month in Montclair. We encourage everyone to reflect on the sacrifices and contributions made by generations of Black Americans. Let us resolve to continue our march toward a day when every person enjoys the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and their contributions are recognized. Thank you very much, everybody. We also have a second proclamation. Stand up for the other pledge. Councilwoman, would you like to read that, please?
It would be my honor, Mayor. I'm waiting for a guest who's probably running a few minutes late, and I wonder if we might just defer it slightly on the agenda, not too far.
We can defer it on the agenda, not too far. Yes. I like that. Yes, absolutely. Okay, next we have a presentation. Let's do public comments first, though. So let's go next to all of our public comments. All speakers must complete the sign-in sheet next to the podium before addressing the council. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. If you wish to comment on a pending ordinance listed on this agenda, please make your comment during the public hearing for that ordinance. Again, individuals will have 3 minutes, and when you come forward, please state your name and address when you come to the microphone and when you sign in. Name and address, and 3 minutes, please. First, whoever's up.
Turn your mic on. That would help. Hi, everyone. Matthew Kennedy. I'm here with some of my fellow board members from Montclair Muse. I'm the president. I was not expecting to go first, but really what we're talking about, or what we wanted to discuss first, was the Lackawanna development. This is something we recently started to galvanize on as a board and community. We share probably the largest property border with Lackawanna Development. On the model, you can see Building 6 is actually adjacent to it, I believe. I'll check Marion's diagram. Buildings, I think E and D actually share the property border. And just looking at the height, it is very concerning that a lot of the design elements, I think, are going to significantly impact the Montclair Muse neighborhood. And I think we're still in the process of gathering a lot of feedback from some of the Montclair Muse residents. I put out a Google form survey this morning and have 8 responses. There are plenty of people that are in favor of aspects to it. The grocery store seems to be a very popular aspect of the development that a lot of people like. I think it's some of the other elements, the size and scope of the buildings, the potential increase to traffic, and I think just the overall change, for lack of a better word, of that very central area to the Fourth Ward. I think as this continues to go forward, I'm sure there are going to be other versions of this redevelopment plan, but I think a lot of aspects of the current design need to consider some of the immediate impact it's going to have on Montclair Muse. And again, I can't tell you exactly what that's going to look like, but I know we have one of our board members is in Building 6, and you could probably shine a flashlight and see the actual shadow it would cost on that building. So again, not much I can actually provide in terms of hard questions or feedback, but more so just form of introduction. I'm sure you'll have other members of the Fourth Ward that'll have probably more poignant questions. But just appreciate everything you guys do for us and look forward to kind of starting this conversation and keeping this dialogue going.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And we will just pause for 1 second, as we noted before, not too long. And Councilwoman, it's not too long because I know your guest has arrived. So if you'd like to repeat that, and then we'll go back to public comment. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate
It's
it.
Matthew Kennedy, right?
Yes, Matthew Kennedy.
You know, you have a great last name for President's Day.
Thank you. We're not related, although for a while I'm Andrew's wife.
That's the reason I'm here, that president.
Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to share some words as we're then going to read another proclamation, and I'll introduce my guests on the course. So just some prefatory remarks here. Montclair is a community rich in its diversity, something we embrace as an asset. It's one of the core qualities which drew many of us to call this place home, and preserving diversity is one of the reasons that I wanted to serve in this town, to help retain and embrace the rich community fabric which comes from the sharing of different cultural expressions, lived experiences, and which enlighten and inform us as citizens in a broader society. We love and value that when an affront happens to any group, an outpouring of support flows. We do stand up for others in this and many ways. I felt that surge of support when my synagogue in neighboring Bloomfield was the site of an attempted firebombing with a Molotov cocktail a few weeks ago. It was so emotionally powerful that over 1,000 community members and leaders of every level of government and community institutions showed up for us in an evening of great solidarity, and law enforcement was coordinated at all levels to quickly identify a suspect. I want to say publicly, thank you for all of that support. And while prompted by the fresh reminder of that moment, tonight's pledge, which we will take as a council, is about how we may turn toward a place where our words and deeds can help move away from the distrust and bias against any of those who are not part of our own group identity. Breaking cycles of injustice starts with a word of solidarity. In my past work with the organized Jewish community, I had the privilege to partner with Dr. Ali Chowdhury, president of the Islamic Society of Basking Ridge and co-founder of the New Jersey Interfaith Coalition, a man who has also served in public office on the Board of Education and as mayor in Bernard Township. He crafted the Stand Up for the Other pledge to help us keep faith with our values when in the safe spaces of being with our own, regardless of the context. The commitment of the pledge is that we'll be an upstander even when uncomfortable, be a conscience to call out when someone draws upon stereotypes or group blame, they always mentality. Launched in 2015, the pledge was subsequently taken as part of a rally on the Rutgers campus with then Attorney General Chris Perino in 2016, after which all of the New Jersey state senators took the pledge at the State House in Trenton. It has been replicated in about 20 other venues of county and municipal governing bodies and local committees, schools, houses of worship, and by nonprofit organizations. It is my pleasure to see him again and to welcome Dr. Chowdhury here this evening to join the Township Council of Montclair and the community in attendance to join in the Stand Up for the Other pledge. Madam Deputy Clerk, can we share those with the people in the community and make sure everyone on the dais has one? So there is a pledge, but I'll read the proclamation and we'll get to the pledge as part of it.
Perfect.
Just came in the rain. So I guess I'll read this.
Yeah, please.
So perhaps duplicative a little. Whereas Montclair is a community which celebrates diversity, a core value which kept and drew new residents here, which engenders a community fabric built on the sharing of different cultural expressions, lived experiences, and which enlighten and inform us as citizens in a broader society. And whereas we often come together in large groups to rally in support of our values and commitments, and when one group may have suffered because of who they are, many others stand with them in solidarity. And whereas, nonetheless, it is possible to find ourselves in a setting when we are among a group at which something derogatory is alleged about another group or community of people, and it seems challenging to raise our voice to protest. And whereas the Stand Up for the Other pledge was introduced in 2015 by Dr. Emali Chowdhury, a leader in the civic life of his town and the Muslim community, who in partnership with those of other faiths promoted the pledge to challenge bigotry in any form, and which has been taken on by state and local public officials, as well as by citizen committees, schools, houses of worship, and by nonprofit organizations. And where it's breaking cycles of injustice starts with a word of solidarity, and the mayor and council of the Township of Montclair now undertake the pledge. So if we can together.
And if I may now ask you to please repeat after me,
Well, does
a
everyone
few
here
words at
have-
a time. Does everyone have a copy?
Okay.
Repeat
Do
it
we have
slowly.
Let's wait.
Do we have enough of them? Are they being circulated?
Councilwoman, why don't you just read it slowly and
I think we'll
word
all
by
just read it
word?
together.
Sure.
And you're welcome. Everyone in the room is welcome to read it with us.
Yes.
While interacting
with members of my own faith or race, age or ability, ethnicity or national origin, sexual orientation or gender community, or with others, if I hear hateful comments from anyone about members of any other community, I pledge to stand up for the other and speak up to challenge bigotry in any form.
Wonderful.
Now, therefore, the mayor and township council do hereby share this commitment with members of the community and will encourage Montclair residents at large and in service on community boards, commissions, and committees, and in other organizations to elevate the call to solidarity by undertaking this pledge. And I appreciate the opportunity. And I wonder if anybody, would you have a picture? Peter, you're like the go-to guy for a picture. And I'd like to invite, if I may, Councilor Meredith Greenberg from Temple Near Tamid, who's come to be with us tonight. And as you know, Temple Near Tamid is my home, her home, and many others. And thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Please.
So join us.
Nice to meet you. Nice to see you.
My
Oh,
pleasure.
someone else can hold that. I'll hold this.
Tony could take that, couldn't he?
Can we take one? Should we get one with the whole council?
Yeah, stand over here. Stand
Would
right
everyone like
here.
to stand up together? We'll take one
we
picture.
can stay right
We
here
came
with
all
the
the way from
seal.
Boston.
Wonderful.
Come right here and we'll do it from here.
You're directing this, Bob. Which way?
What are we gonna go down?
Where do we go?
Okay.
Down,
Maybe we
around?
could do it with the seal.
You want to come around this way?
Stay here.
Oh, yeah, actually, Tony, thank you, Meredith. Did you want to say a word? Could he say a few words?
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, stay with me. Yeah,
Stay there? Okay.
yeah. Well, honorable members, it is truly a pleasure to be here with you, and actually an honor. Over the last 8 years, I have worked with many leaders. And I think if you look at the wording of this pledge, it is a different kind of pledge than most politicians are asked to make. It is truly a personal pledge. And you as leaders, making this pledge publicly, set an excellent example of what it means to stand up for the other. When there is marginalizing, when there's discrimination, bigotry exhibited against any one of us, regardless of what we look like, the language we speak, how we worship, where we came from, and how we live our lives. It is so important for each one of us to recognize when there is bigotry, that we individually take the responsibility to remind people that what they have said is not right. And I know it takes courage to be able to do that. It's not always easy when you're sitting with a colleague, a family member, a coworker who says something that is clearly out of line and is denigrating someone of a different faith, a different race, any kind of a different group. And it is at that time that it takes a lot of courage to say, that's not right. And I can tell you that I've worked over the last several years with clergy, with elected officials and others, and I have been reminded by several of the members, leaders in our communities, that they've had to invoke the pledge at a dinner table or at a meeting. So I ask you to please, and members of the community, I'm really honored to be a part of it and be here with you tonight in solidarity with the Jewish community. When I heard the news about the Bloomberg Synagogue, I immediately wrote to my colleagues and saying, we need to stand up. We need to be there. And that is why I'm really, really honored that you have given the time and you've taken the time to make a public statement that this community will not accept bigotry in any form. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll have another catch-up.
Inshallah, we will do that. Thank you so much.
Excellent. All right, with that, we'll resume public comment, and thank you for your patience on that. Thank you.
My name is Frida McLean, 11 Claremont Avenue, and what I'm speaking about, is the Lackawanna project. I'm asking that an environmental plan is needed for this area as far as what impact it will have on the water table, the sewage, the quality of life, as well as the quality of our air. Secondly, I want to make the people here in Montclair to be aware of wolves in sheep's clothing. They appear at our community meetings, making you think they care, but all they are interested is in promoting themselves. They are, in my opinion, opportunists. The EDC of this town has an urban renewal plan. Urban renewal, of course, means the removal of poor and black people and other people of color. So I'm glad that this gentleman spoke about stand up. We are standing up. Now, we are in phase 2 of the redevelopment plan done by the Economic Development Committee. It is, as you know, in Plan 1, the removal of poor people as well as people of color in this community. I was asking myself the other day, why is all this development taking place in wards 3 and 4 and not 1 and 2? When development was mentioned up in the Upper Montclair parking lot area, it was immediately dismissed, apparently by the Economic Development Committee. Thirdly, I would like to read from you, even though it's from 2021, and as I said, wolves in sheep clothing. Montclair has a beautiful soul that is rooted in our history, the character of our architecture, and the spirit of our people. For me, working in real estate is an incredible opportunity to get closer to all of those things and really welcome people and help them acclimate to life in our town. It's also an opportunity to work with legacy Montclairians, helping them conclude their time here. Again, wolves in sheep clothing, even though this was done in 2021, it is indicating a certain proclivity towards the legacy of this township and the individuals who live here. Thirdly, at the other town meeting that took place a couple of weeks ago, we had individuals speak of Clarence Thomas. We have more than one or two Clarence Thomas on this council.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My opinion.
Hi, I'm Bonnie Abrams Fogel. I live at 16 Forest Street. I'm here to talk about the Lackawanna Plan. The master plan states that before a redevelopment plan is proposed, input from the community, planning board, HRC, and housing commissions must be taken into consideration. Why did this council, all of you, but especially the EDC, take it upon yourselves to disregard the master plan and engage directly, without community awareness, with the property owner, which I might add is in and of itself not permitted in other townships? The second statement in question is the first redevelopment plan by Pinnacle, Hampshire, and by the way, 4 of you on the council were around then, 2 on the council, initially requested 350 housing units. After extensive site plan work and other investigations, the number of units that the infrastructure, environment, roadways, and traffic could support was determined to be 150 units, which the developer agreed to. Why is it that all that we learned in the recent past and all the hard work done to determine what Montclair could handle was then thrown away? I can't figure out whose plan this is. Is it the township's plan, or is it the property owner's plan? And who do all of you work for? Do you work for the residents that elected you, or do you work for the property owner? I don't expect you to answer any of these questions tonight, but Montclair voters will want answers.
Hi, I'm honored to stand here tonight. I'm Maya Davis, representing Montclair Residents for Responsible Development and the 8 authors of their petition: Amina Toller, Rachel Egan, Renee Baskerville, Linda Cranston, Robin Curry, David Herron, Sharon Martin Smith, and Adriana O'Toole, and the over 1,640 people, who have signed this petition so far. We want to petition, we're presenting the petition to you formally now, although we'll continue collecting signatures. And I want to make one point, you guys, I'm just going to do this one. And I want to make personally, this is from me, one point about a petition launched a few weeks after ours to counter it. Those 2 petitions are not equal. Okay, the other petition is clearly backed by the property owner, Mr. Preiss, and appears to have been promoted with some amount of money. I'm not sure how much, but even some, we didn't spend a cent. It is in fact PR. It's PR. And I am concerned that this other petition is deceptive, both in its statements and its illustration, which I printed. I'm sure you've seen it. Okay. Okay, so what's not in this picture? 87-foot high buildings. In fact, none of the buildings are in this picture. What is in this picture that won't be there in reality? Sunlight. Sunlight. Beams of beautiful sunlight that won't be there. Okay? You know what's missing? Because the petition's authors don't want to publicize what this is really going to look like, that's why we get something that isn't even as good as Legos. And what would really get built. Okay, sorry, gotta turn the page. Instead, picture darkness, shadows from the oversized and out-of-place towers. In a word, it's gaslighting. Now let's turn back to the grassroots petition from residents who are against this massive and irresponsible development. They're asking you, who are supposed to represent them, to create a new design for Montclair. And I'd like to read a few of the many wonderful comments that people spontaneously wrote on the petition. Greed is changing this town, Martha Orbach writes. This is too much development for too small a space, and the traffic around this intersection is crazy enough as it is. Montclair doesn't need any more expensive, sprawling developments. Put the focus instead on putting in a decent grocery store, which is what this area really needs. Aaron Roll. I have watched Montclair lose its charm because of these greedy investments. Montclair doesn't deserve to lose more of its identity. Kamisha Cawley. And lastly, by Edward Drinkwater, wake up. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rachel Egan, 391 Upper Mountain. I really liked the new pledge. There is I guess that's the beginning for me. I came really tonight to see the 3D model, and I'm pretty shocked at how tiny it is and how it really doesn't give any real impression of what this gargantuan development is going to look like. I'm so disappointed. It's really an offense when you think of the amount of money that's going to go into this thing and the amount of money these people are going to make out of this town, that this is what they present to the people of Montclair and all the taxes we pay and all that we're set to lose. This is just an insult to this town. I want to say also, the other thing is the pictures that circulate from the developer are from you. We're not sure who they come from, but they're very pretty. They strategically obscure and diminish the gargantuan mass and density using willful distortions, such as inconsistent baselines within those same renderings. They also oversize the proposed open and public spaces. The renderings are from various viewpoints that purposefully don't illustrate the actual building heights and their height relative to other buildings on the site or adjacent properties. There's an inconsistent use of shadows and ghosting of building volumes in various drawings, which works to deceive by tactically minimizing and concealing the true mass and scale. A green color is deceptively used in some renderings and plans to denote some spaces that are in fact proposed as impermeable hardscape of glass, stone, or concrete. There are 7 green spaces. Most are private. Most are not permeable and will not support life. This is a disaster for air quality and amounts to environmental racism when you put down this much concrete in the center of a historically black neighborhood. The 4th Ward matters. And this is an insult to them. Thank you.
Hi everyone. My name's Austin, and I live at 13 Chester Road, and I grew up in 29 Eagle Rock Way. I have a question. What is the threshold? What is the threshold of danger, such that if operating a machine exceeds that level of danger, then we should ban the machine outright tomorrow? There exists some threshold. You know, if it's killing people across the street, if it's damaging children's brains, a threshold exists. The machine I'm here to talk about today is the gas-powered leaf blower. There is no controversy in the clinical scientific community about whether gas-powered leaf blowers pose a significant, imminent threat to human health. The consensus is clear. I'm here to talk about one aspect of their pollution, which is carbon monoxide. There is also clear evidence that carbon monoxide poses a serious threat to child brain development at low exposures over relatively short durations of time. I'm not talking about over a long period of time accumulated. I'm not talking about injuring a person's lungs or their heart. I'm talking about a child's brain. The evidence is clear. There is very clear evidence that a significant threat is posed at 5 parts per million. So let's think, what should our threshold be in terms of carbon monoxide? Well, if we are responsible, then we should set our threshold to a lower value than what we know carries a serious risk. Let's say we're feeling risky. We say 5 parts per million, I'm okay with that. Let's say we're feeling even riskier. We say, 10 parts per million across the street, I'm okay with that. Let's say we're feeling much riskier than that. We say 20 parts per million, I'm okay with that. Well, what does the actual value across the street exceed? I know because I've measured it with a high precision calibrated carbon monoxide sensor. 39 parts per million, at least 39 parts per million. That exceeds NIOSH, EPA, and WHO limits for adults. Whatever threshold you had in mind at the beginning of this 3 minutes, I guarantee you we're exceeding that threshold of danger every day we allow gas-powered leaf blowers to be operated in this town. Let's stop poisoning children. Let's not wait to ban gas-powered leaf blowers.
Mayor, could I just say something for this young man? My wife and I almost bought a house at the end of Chester. So right at the end, she's scared about the squirrels and all from the park, maybe? Yeah. So I know Chester Road well. Split down the middle between the 1st and 2nd Ward. When I was the 1st Ward councilman, I could only help the people on one side. But I try to help everybody. Anyway, I've been a proponent for 20 years of banning leaf blowers. Because what I watch from the windows of my building is 5 or 6 guys coming around, blowing every single speck, and there's people from my building are here. They have to blow every single speck off the ground in the driveway in the parking lot for no reason at all. These are not leaves now, these are blades of grass that are just being wasted. And people are so annoyed with the loud sound. I'm all for converting to electric, and for us as a town doing it too, because we've got to set our own example. We can't let a law be put in place that doesn't apply to us, but we've got to convert as soon as we can to electric, which are becoming much more powerful. They're much more capable of doing the work. So we're not saying we're banning all, leaf blowers. It's the gas-powered leaf blowers that you're talking about. So I'm all for it. I just want to state that because it's been a 20-year fight, and I still have the landscapers angry at me. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to share something with you and with the community. It's a statute from the state of New Jersey, N.J.S.A. 40A: 9-22.5. Says in part, no local government officer or employee or member of his family shall have an interest in a business organization, engage in a business, engage in transactions or professional activity which is in the interest of himself and a conflict with the greater duties of that officer. No local government officer shall employ or seek to employ anything that so enriches him. No government officer or member of his immediate family or a business organization which he's a part of or has a direct or indirect financial or personal involvement that might reasonably be expected to impair that individual's judgment. Come here to you tonight to say, after reading this statement from the state of New Jersey, it's abundantly clear that you, Councilman Yacobelis, and your organization out Montclair, where you receive monies, donations, financial support from individuals seeking to develop Lackawanna Plaza. Councilman Yacobelis, you have a direct conflict of interest. Therefore, you must, I stress must, recuse yourself from all communications concerning Lackawanna Plaza. That would include no emails, no posts, no updates, no speaking to your constituents, no discussion with fellow council members, no lobbying, no meeting with developers or their experts, nada. Finally, be advised, a formal complaint has been filed with the New Jersey Attorney General's office concerning these very serious matters. Thank you.
It's very troubling what David just said, Counselor. Very troubling. Because a week ago, you just had a fundraiser at the home of the architect who was hired by David Preiss, where monies were collected on your behalf from an individual who stands to gain from working on this project. You have a conflict of interest, sir. In the invitation for that fundraiser, you did not use his name, you used his wife's name, unless it's somebody completely different. Mr. Preiss got up and announced that Mr. Hurwitz was one of his 8 top individuals working on the project, and now he's throwing a fundraiser for you at his home, unless it's a completely different person. Sir, your organization is soliciting monies from Mr. Preiss. You're collecting a salary from that organization. You were already warned on April 5th, 2022 by the township attorney that you had a conflict about the bid budget because monies were going through bid 2 out. You abstained that night. You should have recused yourself. He read you the statute at that time. Now you're seeking monies and getting a direct salary from the organization. You have a conflict of interest. Mr. Township Attorney, does not Mr. Yacobelis's relationship without and the monies he received constitute a conflict of interest?
I'm not going to respond. This is public comment. This isn't time for responses.
Mr. Mayor, when we get through this, this does need to be addressed tonight. So will you then be able to, after we get through public comment, address it?
If a question is posed maybe by the council, I'll address the question posed.
So can we pose the question now?
Councilman, as a respect for everybody waiting, and as we always do, let's let everybody do the.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, I'm Dr. Kyrie Hamilton, the co-owner of Unity Road of Montclair at 493 Bluefield Avenue. I am seeking timelines on the approval of the 2 Class 5 retail licenses that are to be awarded by Montclair. We submitted our application on July 7th of 2022. We have been paying our lease for 16 months and paying our taxes for 14 months. We have a secure location at 493, which also houses a vault to secure the merchandise. We have sent our security plan over to Chief Conforti in order to receive his guidance and any revisions he believes need to happen in order to keep our guests safe. Lastly, our state licenses will expire if we do not receive any approval by next month. Do you have any insight or guidance in this process, as this has not been an agenda item to date?
I'll let the attorney answer it at the end as well. However, it's moving forward. The process has been created by the attorneys, and the council has received documents to review.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Stuart Rubin, 22 Elston Road. Good evening. I come in peace, I think, I hope. I may not be popular because I'm in favor of the development. We moved to Montclair almost 35 years ago, and when we did, downtown was really not in great shape. Shopping malls have been devastating downtowns since the early 60s. Montclair was no exception to that. So soon after we got here, Haynes closed, the whole theater closed, the Wellmont was empty. The Wedgwood cafeteria that people that grew up here used to talk about that's been closed 20 years prior. And things started to slowly change. downtown, a new bid came in, and they started throwing some big dance parties down in the parking lot across from Haynes, now the Sienna. The museum built their big addition. Raymond went from a tiny soup spot to being a major force for restaurants in general and for Church Street, certainly. The landscaping on South Park that the council did, the pavers on Church Street, the Wellmont was reinvented, 2 hotels opened, the film festival came in, the jazz festival has now come in. On weekends, the bars are completely full, and don't look for a last-minute dinner reservation. You're not going to get one. And nobody misses the Social Security building. Did a good job with that. Growth has been very good for downtown Montclair, but nothing has happened at Lackawanna Plaza. You have an opportunity to do something very significant. I hear the objections. I'll speak to them in a second. Recently, real estate investment trusts have popped up these 5/1 buildings, their sameness all the way across the country. I'm disappointed in this 3D thing, just like you are, right? But I went to Place 6 office, I looked at the drawings, I wanted to see what it was all about, and I'm convinced that the place has style. It certainly comes with a social consciousness that is consistent with Montclair values. There's a supermarket. Tenants will walk to everything. They're not going to be the drivers down there. The whole development comes in the Muse. I remember years ago, there was objections to the Muse because some people were displaced that lived in that area. There's no displacement of a business. There's no displacement of a single person to get this development up. Now, taxes. Dave Placek has said that this development is going to provide substantial taxes. I don't know if that's accurate or not, right? You need to make sure that's going to come to pass. I'm no expert on pilot programs, but I know there's some people in this state that are. We need the best advisors on how to make this thing work for Montclair taxpayers. Taxpayers have no patience for a development of any size unless there's going to be some tax-wise benefit to it. Less school-aged kids, more ratables, right? And when you negotiate it, the people who get, is that me, 30 seconds, I'm done?
Well, 3 minutes,
Okay.
30 seconds, but feels like 30 seconds at times.
Warmed up.
Right. Thank you.
Anson Pope, 12-14 Elm Street in Montclair. I do want to respond actually to the last gentleman. We who are opposed to Lackawanna are not opposed to development. We're not at all. We want there to be development. We want a grocery store. We want affordable housing. We want all these things. We just don't want it to be like that. All right. And yes, there was a great model in Mr. Placek's office, which we learned was destroyed, ironically enough, which would have been better scope and scale for all of us to see. I'm not here, though, to talk about Lackawanna. Mr. Yacobelis, I'm here to talk to you. We attempted to meet with you and forestall this. You, under advisement of council, chose not to. We voted for you. We believe in you. Believed, some still believe. It's unfortunate that you've been put in this position. I watched the April 2022 meeting where you were involved in the vote to approve the bid budget. And Councilor Cummings did bring it up at that time. You immediately became passive-aggressive, tried to deflect the blame, said, no, we didn't discuss that. Mr. Cummings said, yes, we did. I don't understand what's going on. I know you have political ambitions above and beyond Montclair. I know Mayor Spiller, you do as well. Are you just here to use us as your stepping stone? Because that's how we feel. Another thing that I want to point out, when Ms. McLean was up here a few moments ago, she read something, a quote from a real estate person. What she failed to mention is that you were that real estate individual. You said, when hired by West of Hudson Realtors, that you wanted to, it's also an opportunity to work with legacy Montclairians, helping them perhaps conclude their time here. Were you talking about them soon dying off and living here in Montclair in dignity? Or were you talking about out of town? Because that's how we saw it, out of town. And that's how we feel. So it's very ironic that tonight we all read this pledge because it's not being practiced. Maybe it will after tonight. I'm hopeful, but I don't really have much faith. Because as I was here last time, I said I had little faith in this body, and I continue to do so. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to share my concerns with all of you. My name is Jessie Long. I'm 395 Bloomfield. I actually, I'm an employee at Ascend Montclair, Ascend Wellness, and I'm coming to you guys today to ask if you guys would review the security policy that Montclair has. It's actually getting to the point where it's dangerous. And this is not just for the employees, but also for the people that are in there. Just moments at a time, we have so many people in there, and we've got this incredible workload on us. And just kind of the environment that's been stimulated is like some people have learned that they can throw a fit to get an extra discount, and nobody wants. I mean, and it is given to them, and we can't really do anything about it. Anytime that we've come to our general managers about...
Just so you're not interrupted, can somebody silence that device so we don't interrupt people? Thank you.
Anytime that we try to advocate for security, they say this to us. The municipality hasn't made it a requirement for security, so we're not going to get security. And I just believe that a dangerous game is being played with our safety. And I'm really... Can you guys please help us? There's a lot of other things that are our business and that we'll try to like figure out, but we can't function in an environment that is just so fast-paced. It attracts a lot of different people, you know, and we love that. That is what we love about our job. We're trained to help people, but it also... there's also a danger that comes with it. You know, it doesn't this substance doesn't fix everything. We know that. You know, it alleviates things like PTSD. A lot of us who work in this industry have that, and this is very triggering. You know, I know what it's like to have a provoked attack.
Excuse me.
There are some people.
Excuse me 1 second. I'd ask everyone, unless you're speaking at the mic, please be quiet. It gets noisy real quickly, and we want to give everybody the time.
It's just a matter of time before someone or many people get hurt, and we need intervention. We need it. Please and thank you so much. I hope you all have a great evening.
Jesse, don't leave yet.
Mr. Deputy Manager, can you have the police and code enforcement look into the situation and, of course, get back to us with appropriate action after assessment? And certainly, I know they have a lot of pieces.
The police have been called many times. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. The police have been called over the year and 4 months that I've worked there. The police have been called so many times, and it has just increased exponentially. Like there's nothing that we can do about it. And then there are people that are like stalking some of our people and asking for their schedule, you know, and then they come back in and then we have to serve them, you know, and if they throw a fit or report us to the CRC, you know, our company doesn't want that, but they're playing this, like I said, it's very dangerous.
So let's make sure we get the information from the police, how many times they've been called, all the information that we would need to see what actions we can
I would love
take.
to. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor, Jesse, I have to ask you this, because one of the reasons I approved this when it was the medical marijuana, because I felt very strongly we needed that. That was 10 years of no problems.
Absolutely.
And the police told us 2 years ago there's been no problems. So I said, well, that's great. Let's go on to adult use. So I supported it based on a lack of problems created. Now, is this just because it's adult use that it's become a problem? Because we never heard anything like this before. And I want to ask you if you're a member of the union that I also wanted to see represent the employees there. There are two unions. I understand there are two unions. One is AFL-CIO affiliated with me and my AFT union, and then there's another union. Now, are you members? Are you actively, as a union, advocating for things to be done by the management? Because the management needs to protect the employees just as much as we do.
I agree with you. I couldn't agree more. Right now, we're having just such a interesting situation right now in terms of a non-responsive leader and
Well, you do have a union, and the union needs to fight for you.
Right, right. Well, I mean, and we had a shop steward that was sort of like kind of wouldn't, let us know what was going on, and
That happens.
I mean, a lot of things have been put on delays, and the contract is flagrantly disregarded, and we kind of have no support in terms of trying to get that. I just now got in touch with the union supervisor.
I'm going to give you my card. I'm in touch with the union leadership around the state on cannabis. It's a very
Thank
big
you,
issue.
yeah.
We want the employees to be union employees. We want them to be protected. We
Thank
want them
you.
to be given proper wages and benefits, and we don't want them to be scared and unhappy and insecure. We'll do what we can, as the mayor said, on the police level, but your management has to respond to your union leadership. And if you got bad union leadership, get new union leadership.
Yeah,
okay?
we're trying to
Okay.
figure that out. I guess it's contracts are contracts, right?
Yeah, I'll give you this.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. Mayor, if I may.
Councilman.
Also, to Mr. Scantlebury, just if I wanted to clarify what the mayor was asking. So if that is to check whether they're enforcing what they ought to be enforcing, I guess that's the first inquiry. But the second is if we need to enact anything different in terms of requirements, potentially, like for security, if they don't exist. I guess that's the second part of my inquiry.
Yes, my plan is to follow up with the MPD just to get a full context of what's going on there and trying to get an assessment.
Thank you. Great.
Good evening. My name is Terry Sullivan. I live at 10 Crestmont Road. I'm here tonight to talk about the position of Senior Services Director. I'm not going to go over everything we all know, how the position has been vacant, et cetera. I represent a coalition of organizations that represent seniors in Montclair. We would like two things regarding this position. Number one, that it be filled as fast as possible and not wait until July. We need someone at the helm immediately. Second, we would like to be a part of the process. To make it a transparent process, we would like for the manager to create an ad hoc committee to help go through resumes for the position and perhaps sit in on interviews for the candidates. We're not saying that we want to hire the person, but we would like to be involved because we know more than anybody else what we want from this position and from the person who has that position and what that person needs to have in order for us to be able to get the most of what we need from the township. And that's what we're asking for at this point. One, fill it as soon as possible. Two, use us to help with you to fill it and to take on our experience in what we have had and what we want so that we can all work this out as best as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, my neighbor, Terry. I hear from them every day.
Hello, my name is Scott Gibson. I'm at 122 Midland Avenue, and I'm here to talk about Clary Anderson Ice Rink. Our spokesperson, Reggie Jenkins, couldn't make it tonight, and last week we had about 20 or 30 people here to speak about it. You had other business last week, so we dropped out. But basically, we want to make sure that the City Council will try and get some budget money allocated for Clary Anderson, because we've got a lot of parents who are willing to also start a private fundraiser to help get us whatever we need there, but we need like a commitment from the city so that we can go back to our people and say, yeah, that it's really going to happen. It's an important thing. Because when we go to the different ice rinks around the different towns, there's some really magnificent rinks that are money-making institutions for the cities too. Right now, our rink is in such bad condition, it's not a place that people really want to hang out in and really spend a lot of time in. And that's, it's a deficit for the city that I think we can remedy pretty quickly. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Michelle Robinette-Hoth, and I'm very new to your town, about a year now. And when I first arrived, I immediately started looking for a senior services center, and to my surprise, there was none. So then I started to think maybe I should get involved and find out why not. I went to a Montclair Gateway Aging in Place meeting and discovered that despite the significant number of seniors in this town, the budgeting for senior services is extremely minimal. And I would like to urge you to reconsider that and provide not only a director of senior services, but a decent location with plenty of parking, accessibility for those who are disabled, and a social worker. Because a senior center isn't just about socializing, it's about services that seniors are in need of. There needs to be a location for that, not spread out, not unadvertised or minimally advertised, but a location that everyone knows they can turn to for help when it's needed. Thank you.
Hi, this is Yuri Wormser, 217 Alexander Avenue. I'm here about the project at 782 Valley Road, the Newark treatment plant, water treatment plant. There's a very large construction project there for lead mitigation. We're completely in support of that project. The people of Newark deserve clean water, lead-free water. It is a large project, though, and there have been commitments made by the Newark Water Authority as well, and made with the township to mitigate some of the tree loss from that project, as well as fencing that was damaged. We've reached out to the township. We've gotten a response from Mr. Russo, but we haven't gotten a response from other council members or from the town to really address the fact that there have been commitments made by the Water Authority that haven't been respected. We're just asking no objection to the construction. It's necessary. We're just asking the town to advocate for essentially tree replacement and fencing as agreed priorly. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman.
Deputy Mayor. Thank you for the gentleman for his comments. I'm sorry you walked away. I'd be happy to help you. I'm going to give you my card. I've worked very closely with Mr. Obzarny when we redid the pump station over by the train station in Upper Montclair. So we've been through this road. I've had several conversations with Mr. Obzarny about this very issue as late as yesterday. So I'm going to go ahead and give you my card. Contact me directly, and we'll work getting through that. I promise you.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And thank you, Mr. Councilman, for getting involved, as I've been for the last 3 months with these folks.
And I have actually been involved with it as well, Bob. I just didn't do a group email, but thank you for the shot. And it's Mr. Deputy Mayor, by the way.
Let the residents decide who did some
gentlemen,
work for them.
thank you. Enough. Thank you.
Listen, folks, I've been working hard in the first ward when someone else should have been doing it.
Enough.
I just disagree, Mr. Mayor, but I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you.
False.
Please.
Good evening. I'm Fran Hecker, 94 South Mountain. I'm speaking on behalf of the Coalition of Senior Organizations in Montclair. We're asking for the township to hire a social worker and a social services coordinator for seniors. Little bit of background. In 2015, Montclair received funding from Partners for Health for a social worker position for seniors. The social worker was a highly valuable resource for the senior community and collaborated with Tony's Kitchen, the Township Department of Senior Services, the United Way, Salvation Army, Aging in Montclair, and the Montclair Public Library. The intention was for the township to pick up the funding for this position, but that never happened, so the program was dropped in 2020 during the pandemic. As a result, the senior organizations in Montclair are constantly being asked for help on issues that would be much better addressed by a dedicated social worker who had more knowledge of available resources and programs. We get requests for finding help with affordable housing, transportation, grief counseling, mental health services, caregiver support, and recreational, educational, and social opportunities. Some of these calls are quite disturbing, and it's really unfortunate that we're unable to help the people who so desperately need assistance. There's a great need for a social worker to help prevent the negative health impacts which arise from stressful decision-making, social isolation, confusion, and unanticipated burdens that destabilize older individuals who desire to age in place. Some of the issues which come up relate to age-friendly housing, long-term care, adoption and use of age-friendly digital resources, dealing with medical and prescription plans, understanding financial planning and budgeting, and how to access resources available locally and online. The social worker would provide supportive guidance, information, and referral services. They would meet with seniors both individually and in groups, respond to phone, email, and/or mail inquiries, and follow up on referrals from community agencies. They would also develop working relationships with state and local senior service providers and with community organizations. The social worker and coordinator positions are essential to the well-being of seniors in Montclair as they age in place in what is supposed to be an age-friendly community. Most, if not all, senior centers have a trained and knowledgeable social worker on staff who can provide referrals and offer follow-up when necessary. We hope the township steps up and hire somebody for this position as soon as possible. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Susan Craig. I live at 10 Crestmont Road. By passing the ADU ordinance tonight, you will have moved Montclair closer to being an age-friendly community. All of us who decided to remain in this community as we age, thank you for doing the right thing. Of course, your job is not finished. Consider the right things yet to be done for the 11,000 of us older residents who are over age 55 years old. We are taxpayers, we support local businesses, we add to the economy, and yet you have decided that the town cannot find more than 1/2 of 1% of the town's budget for senior services. How is it fair that the limited senior services budget does not allow for a licensed social worker to be on staff, and older residents have to fend for themselves to manage emergencies? All of us are vulnerable to life crises, and one day might need the assistance of a social worker. For everyone who needs guidance to avoid being homeless, following through with medical needs, or knowing where to go for food programs, please be creative and find funds for a permanent social worker and the much-needed additional administrative staff to support the extraordinary mill program and the work of the department and the new director of senior services, who's really urgently needed yesterday. We do the right thing and support school kids and town services with our tax dollars, which you have to acknowledge are considerable. Yet we still do not have a senior center that is centrally located, that is with adequate parking, is reachable by public transportation for those who drive and we cannot wait, for those who don't drive, and we cannot wait until the town decides that it can build either the municipal complex or attempts the environmentally difficult renovation of the Clary Anderson Arena. We have invested in this town. We ask you to do the right thing for us so that we can age safely here in Montclair.
Hi, my name is Carol Schlein. I live at 168 Midland. I have some of the same points, but I want to sort of say them a little bit differently. So one of my questions, and it was interesting, several of the cannabis businesses were up here. One of the things I've been curious about, and I've actually been looking at the town budget and trying to, having spent years watching all the Board of Ed budgets, one of the things I'm curious about is how much money is the town getting from cannabis businesses, and what is it being allocated for in the budget? That's new money, as best as I understand, and could be used for things like social workers. Leaving the social worker and the senior services positions vacant is saying you don't consider them important. You wouldn't leave a police position open. You wouldn't leave a fire position or a teacher if the supervisor position wasn't in place. Why are you doing that with senior services? Until recently, I didn't really understand the benefits of a senior center versus having different locations around town. I've been helping run the Smart Senior Smart Tech program through Montclair Gateway, where we're helping seniors do better with their technology and their phones. And one of the things that's interesting to me is we're very isolated from any other seniors doing any activities at the mill. We never cross paths with them. We're not even in the same building. And so there's no crossover or development of a community, which is really, really important as you get older. I'm really proud to live in Montclair. One of the things Montclair has always been known for is innovation, like the magnet school system and creating a recycling program before most other towns. I think it's time for us to be a leader in rethinking public safety. Imagine a town where we had a staff of social workers and counselors who could serve seniors, students, families, and be the first responders for situations that don't require police. I wasn't going to tell this, but I will. When I was widowed almost 10 years ago, and the police were the people who came to my house, they were amazing, but they didn't have the right tools to really help us through a sudden death. A social worker who could have followed up, that would have been a much, much better solution. Our budget reflects our values. 26% of our community are seniors. Our needs are not reflected in the budget. I also urge the town council to terminate Tim Stafford. He doesn't reflect our values either.
Good evening, Renee Baskerville. I'd first like to thank Dr. Chaudhry for the proclamation and your words. I'd like to thank Councilor Abrams, the entire council, and all of you that took this pledge this evening. In taking the pledge, as I reviewed the pledge, I certainly would like to ask at some point in time for an amendment to the pledge. And so after we talk about the hateful comments from anyone about members of any other community, I'd like to ask that we add or any actions which give the appearance of discriminating against any group or class of individuals. Being in Montclair, I've worked very hard along with many of you and many people in here, and unfortunately, we don't like to talk enough about what I'm beginning to really think is real, and that there's people good and bad all over. And a lot of the decisions that are being made today appear to me to be discriminatory. I'm going to talk about the Lackawanna project because, as Ms. McLean mentioned earlier about the information, when we were doing transit villages, we went from village to village, and we did have a wonderful plan, and it had development at all of our train stations. And the residents, along with the Councilman Herlock, who did an amazing job to advocate for his residents in the first ward, it wasn't a decision of the Economic Development Committee, came together and they decided that that was not good for that community. And in that decision, they took into consideration the character of the neighborhood. They took into consideration the density and the quality of life of people around. And they decided that no, this wasn't quite right for that particular location. We didn't get enough votes at that time for people that said no, not for that development in the Lackawanna. However, we never at any point in time in that council decided we wanted mega development. We decided that some development would certainly be thoughtful and helpful. And if you look at the plan that we actually decided on the last group, it was probably about, I don't have the statistics, you all have it. It was very few, like 170 units or something like that. I knew you all would have it. Okay, but my point being that we have to consider the will will of those that are going to be most in close proximity of that, and we have to consider equally. We heard Mr. Austin Young, who had to leave early, and I thank him for his data, talking about the leaf blowers and the carbon monoxide and the leaf blowers. Well, imagine the cars and the trucks and the gas and the different things, all of that adds to pollution, and it adds to harmful effects of our environment. And more importantly to me, it adds to the harmful effects of our human beings. So I thank you, Councilman Russo, for voting for the leaf blowers. I'm asking you all to consider the ill effects here that this project is going to have on human beings, on our lives, because of the density that's going in there. We talked about the schools, we talked about a lot of things. Anyway, I believe in you guys to do what's right, and please consider all of those things that I know are important to you, they're important to me, and they're important to all of us.
Thank you, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, real quick, Dr. Baskerville, I think it was about 3 weeks ago you brought up the environmental to me when we talked, and I engaged with Dr. Leslie Wilson from Montclair State, who is considered a fourth expert in environmental racism. This plan will be going to him tonight or tomorrow. He and I had a good discussion yesterday, and he's going to look at that. I know a lot of the folks who I've been meeting with
Someone's listening.
Well, have asked that it'd be very important that's independent of the township.
Yes.
So he's agreed to take it on and may engage some of his students, but he's also going to try to get something that's, very expedient, but also something that you may see them taking care of. So to your question, it was answered, as well as Ms. McLean.
Yes.
So now you can email me and
Thank
ask me
you.
another question.
I appreciate
But
it.
yeah,
Thank
so
you.
he's on it. He'll get this tomorrow. He's already started reading some things, and he's had some conversations with me. I think that'll be very illuminating to this park.
Thank you. But your compass should be for all of you. If you don't want it in the first ward, please don't bring it to the fourth ward.
Just, Mayor, I just want to tell former Councilor Baskerville and Councilman Cummings, I just got the text or the email from Dr. Wilson, Dr. Leslie Wilson, who I work with up at Montclair State, that he is going to have his students get involved in this and help research it, just like some of the ones that he had gotten involved with the Watchung Plaza issue and helped me with some of that. So he is going to be involved. He's a great historian, and it's going to be very helpful to have him. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. James Cotter, Clover Hill Place. I listened with interest to the preliminary findings of the traffic study at the February 9th presentation and was encouraged to see Councilors Cummings, Russo, and Jacobellis in attendance. I appreciate their attention in the pressing issues of pedestrian safety, circulation, and traffic as it relates to Lackawanna, and thank them for their continued advocacy on behalf of our neighbors. The traffic engineer presented data that showed a significant increase in volume on the primary streets surrounding the development. There were some flaws in the data, namely the time and date these first measurements were taken, but the impact was clear. There will be increased traffic and, by extension, increased hazards for residents. What the study did not provide was an analysis of the ways drivers would seek to circumvent backups and divert to secondary and tertiary streets such as Pine, Clover Hill, Greenwood, Willow, and Forest. They did not run a dynamic model to see how cars would redirect into neighborhoods to find the most efficient route. The other issue that the traffic study did not take into account was pedestrian safety and other hazards that will increase with volume. The traffic engineer was tasked with finding the ways cars could move through the intersections the fastest, which runs counter to the goals of the residents who live in the shadow of the development, namely, how do we make the intersections the safest? There's a big difference. So let's find solutions now, preemptively, and have a plan in place so when new residents, shoppers, and visitors descend upon the area, they will not put an undue burden on the quality of life in the surrounding neighborhood streets. Deputy Mayor Herlock, as Montclair State grew exponentially, the two streets that would be most impacted by the pressures of traffic and circulation, Carlisle Road and College Ave, were both dead-ended at Normal Ave to prevent diversions. Students and faculty now use Valley and Normal as their main points of entry and spare the residents traffic and congestion in the neighborhood. Can you work with Councilors Jacobellis, Russo, and Cummings to give them a sense of the efficacy of this approach? Councilor Schlager, similarly in the second ward, North Mountain was provided with speed bumps from Van Vleck to Anderson Park. This has created safer conditions for residents there. In addition, Watchung Plaza and its traffic pattern has now been scrutinized, and you're working with the county to alleviate dangerous conditions there. I'd like for us to bring the same resources to bear on the streets surrounding Lackawanna. I know this is not your ward, but Grove Street is a county road, and in your dealings with the county, you've likely gained insight into the process. Again, can you work with Jacobellis, Russo, and Cummings to give them some insight and bring those features to the 4th Ward? Councillor Preiss Abrams and Mayor Spiller, in the 3rd Ward, pedestrian safety has been prioritized in the Central Business District with bump outs, new traffic patterns, and increased signage and signals. This development will abut your ward, and I'm asking for your active participation in mitigating strategies for your neighbors here in the 4th. Again, let's leverage our county contacts and learn from the successes and mistakes of that recent makeover. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could real quick. Mr. Cotter, thank you for your comments. A couple of things which I think have been missed, at least when it comes to me. I'm working extremely close with Mr. Cummings. I've known him for years. Just as I did with Dr. Baskerville when she represented the 4th Ward, we worked very well together. Councilor Cummings and I speak, I don't know, David, 4 or 5 times a week. We're talking about things. Rest assured, if you look at my voting record on Lackawanna Plaza, thank you. I've been with Mr. Cummings on a lot of these issues because I believe as a ward person, you deferred to the ward councilor when working with that, which is what I did with Dr. Baskerville. So rest assured, I know where the 4th Ward is, despite some comments that may have been made at a meeting recently. Thank you, Dr. Baskerville. And I am working very closely with the 4th Ward councilor on this particular issue since it is in his ward. And look at my voting record. That's all I have to say, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Those 2 roads, very specifically, I think Councilor Cummings would gain insight. Carlisle and College being dead-ended, I think a precedent has been set for pedestrian safety. We're going to be looking for the same thing.
And I'm happy to help in any way I can. And thank you.
I just want to add, I know where College and Carlisle are, and so there's no reason for him to give me anything. But again, I don't think you can compare the two as similar streets. But I do think I try to deal with apples and apples, and so therefore, as we move through this process, I think we'll find the best solution. May not be what's currently in place, but it will be something that you all will know at least where I stand on everything.
And whether it's College or Normal or wherever, I'm happy to help you, Councilor Cummings, as I have been.
Yes.
I'm so happy that everyone's getting along tonight. This is great. For the most part. Yeah. It's early. Oh, it's early. I'm Ellie Bagley. I live on Grove Street. And I'm here to speak about something several of my friends and colleagues have started talking about the currently and longtime vacant position of Director of Senior Services, and a little bit about the history of how we got to this point. Support for Montclair's senior community came to a standstill around 2008 when the town's Office on Aging was defunded due to budget cuts. And we've been hearing much of the same laments since then. What makes this especially galling is that the federal government was providing matching dollars at the time, and the town couldn't come up with the money. In 2013, members of the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee conducted a survey and identified the need for senior support. By the following year, the Partners for Health organization took up the response and provided funding to pay the salary of a senior services coordinator. When the time came, the town claimed that there was still no money for the position. The Partners for Health organization said they'd give you 2 years. After 2 years, the town would have to take over the cost of the salary. Even then, they gave 6 more months. Eventually, the town secured the funds for the director position, but Partners for Health still provides 70% of the funding for the operation of Montclair's incredible Lifelong Learning Institute. Katie York was hired in 2015 and was doing an incredible job with the resources she had. In 2017, as the town committed to building a senior center, she worked with AARP to secure Montclair's status as an age-friendly community. That status is up for review, and it's clear that Montclair no longer can make the same claim. When Katie was forced out of her position, the town hired a new director. The entire hiring process was conducted in a vacuum with no input from the senior community it would be affecting. As we know, the most recent director did not work out. In fact, she was only in place for about 6 months before she went on disability. In the interim, volunteers were trying to take up the slack. For instance, when COVID hit in 2020, before the town established its task force, it was volunteers who were reaching out to the senior community, those who didn't have internet access or weren't capable of using their computers to make appointments for vaccinations. We registered over 100 seniors at that time and worked to provide transportation for them. So it took an outside agency to provide the funding for the senior service position in the first place. Now we're at this point where the budget does cover the cost. Wow, that was quick. Yeah, because I read this at home. Anyway, according to the Faulkner Act, I'll just make it quick.
Okay.
Specific issues can be addressed through the formation of an ad hoc committee. We suggest that seniors be placed in an ad hoc community to work with human resources to hire a new senior services director. Thank you.
Hi, council members. My name is Ann LaPelle. I live at 10 Crestmont Road, and I've been here in Montclair over 45 years, and I've been at this podium several times. And today, I want to thank all of my friends who've come up to the microphone and eloquently made a case for 2 very important positions, actually 3. A director of senior services, you've heard it many times, a social worker, and a coordinator, administrative coordinator to help with that department. I'm not going to belabor it. I think you're getting the message. But I'm here today to support the ADU ordinance, which is up for a second reading. And it heralds a very important step. The rules of 21st century zoning don't apply anymore. We have a different need for housing that will help for people who can't afford to buy the temple with the columns and the staircase. We have a need for people who are older to have an accessible dwelling unit on their property and to be able to collect rent. We need a place for children who return to our community and can't afford the rents and can't afford the houses to come back to our community. And we have lots of people who ask their parents to come back to the community to help with childcare. The ADU ordinance is going to help solve many of these problems. And I want to thank some people who've been working for many years on this. Janice Talley, first of all, the Housing Commission, the task force on the ADU ordinance, 3 members of the council who came to the task force religiously, and Council Member Preiss Abrams leading it, Council Member Russo, and a Council Member Iacobellis. I urge you to pass it. It is the first step in a transformation of our view of housing, and it's an absolutely necessary one for Montclair. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Deirdre Birmingham, and I live at 2 Vera Place. I don't want to take up too much time, but I would like answers to a few questions, if possible, regarding the fire budget. Is there a detailed accounting of the fire department's overtime hours? And if so, can that be shared publicly? Did the fire chief ever provide the data on how much mutual aid we receive versus provide? Again, if so, can that be shared? Has anyone asked the chief how the fire department can trim its budget? Everyone else has to cut back in a town with, no senior center. It's a reasonable question. As you think through this year's budget, consider the fact that you just lowered Glen Ridge's taxes by lowering the amount they pay for fire. It would be really unbelievable if you socked your own residents with a tax increase after doing this. This department's budget should be flat or better yet, lowered. They need to figure out what they can do without, and we absolutely do not need 13 more firefighters. We are safely covered by all standards without adding that burden on taxpayers. We have to prioritize. Everybody wants different things. We cannot give more money to this fire department. Lastly, as far as the promotion exam, the nepotism on display is clear for all to see, including any court of law, that this will surely be brought in front of if the promotions go through. This exam must be retaken. Chief Herman really put this town in a bind by refusing to recuse himself after the HR director told him point blank that he should not be involved. Was he held accountable for his actions? I want to know if there were any repercussions for him for doing this. To review, a deeply flawed promotion exam with clear nepotism on display, a botched fire service agreement with improperly used FEMA rates for one of the wealthiest towns in the nation, years of timesheet fraud. He's costing us a lot of time and money through his actions. It is worth considering whether it's time for a new chief. Thank you.
Hi, how are you? My name is Eric Payne. I live at 70 South Fullerton Avenue, 10-year resident of Montclair. I'm a member of Night Owl LLC Cannabis Dispensary. Put an application in. Hello again. And I'm just here to say, no one, I'm going to make a bold declaration. No one will be more concerned about the community most affected by the war on drugs than we will. No one will be more supportive by the community that was most affected by the war on drugs. Some people call it the war on black and brown people. And so when you come to a community, cannabis is a lucrative business. But I also think that when you come to a community to make money, you should also be a contributing partner to the community. You should also be a benefit to the community. And George Marable has been in business for the last 50 years at the DLV Lounge, which is where we plan to transition into a dispensary. I can't be in here and listen to my residents talk about the development at Lackawanna Plaza. For us, if we got a cannabis license, it would be great. The bigger, the better. But I wasn't raised that way. I was raised to have a business. If you have a business in the community, you contribute to the community. You be active in the community. And so that's the pledge that I'm here to make to you today, that our company, as residents of this community, that makes sure not only the black and brown community, but everybody, the seniors, you have to be concerned about the seniors, you have to be concerned about the discrimination in the fire department. We're concerned about the whole town because we're of the town. So I just wanted to remind you that whoever you give a license to should have those concerns upmost in their mind. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marion Jackson. I reside at 50 Pine Street. As a matter of fact, my unit is the one that building E that's being proposed to be built would cover me. I mean, even plants need sun and light. You're gonna kill, I have asthma. How am I supposed to breathe? How are me and my son supposed to live? My son is disabled. My husband passed 23 years ago. I worked 2 jobs to finish paying off my condo, my first home. And now I see this. Where this building's here, I'm here. I have no light, I have no sun. How am I supposed to live? What am I supposed to do? Please. And we're not even talking about the carbon monoxide. I have asthma. And you want to build this? And like the young man said before, I am not against development. Absolutely not. But this is wrong. It is so wrong on all levels. My friend Donna McTee, she lives 2 doors down from me. And I'm telling you guys, this is wrong. It is absolutely absolutely wrong. I'm not reading from a paper. I'm telling you from my heart. It's wrong. Absolutely. We will, come on. You see it. My building's the first one in back of Building E. No sun, no light. You don't get that much now, but that is going to kill us. It's absolutely going to kill us, and you cannot do this. You can't do this. My fellow board members here are like, this affects the Montclair Muse, in my opinion, more than any other building here, except for traffic. Except for the traffic. You can't do this. You cannot do this. This is wrong. It's going to kill us. It will absolutely kill people. It will. Thank you.
I'm Reverend Dennis L. Washington, 30-year resident of Montclair. When I came in, a young lady came up to me, almost crying. And she said to me, she said, Rev, you said, I want you to take back what you said about the council doing good work. She said, please take it back, because you don't know them like I do. And I said, you're right. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to take it back, because I'm not a person. When I say my word is bond. So I'm not going to take it back. But what I'm going to do, I got a friend, and I'm going to have a study did on you gentlemen, collectively and individually. And then I'll have my decision. Now, being around for a while, I know you guys are very busy, and gentlemen, and maybe you need help. So I want you to know that I'm here to give you a hand. And I want you to know that to prove that I can do what I say I'm going to do, the young lady that came here and said that she needed security, I can get her security tomorrow. She just got to let me know whether she wants armed security or unarmed. I could take care of it tomorrow. Okay? That's who I am. My word is my bond. And after my study is complete, I'm going to give another statement on the type of performance that you guys are doing. So I'm either clap for you or sit down. Thank you. Have a good day. Good night.
Good evening. My name is Gail Abramowitz. I live at 51 North Mountain Avenue, and I've been there for 29 years. I have no children, I'm single, but have paid approximately $220,000 in taxes that support schools, parks and recreation, libraries, the animal shelter, etc. No complaints. Money's needed to create the kind of community in town that we want Montclair to be. I am now a retired senior and expected to enjoyably continue to age here. To my chagrin, there are very few services. There's no public transportation. There's no senior center. There's no budget for seniors. I'm appalled, and I vote. Additionally, I implore you to fire Tim Stafford. He represents the worst of our community. We can do so much better. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jamina Grant. I live at 12 Elm Street, and I'm here to talk about Lackawanna Plaza. What I wanted to say briefly is that my feelings about the project are always about the community and the feeling of Montclair, which shouldn't be appreciated or taken lightly. Montclair, I was thinking Montclair is like a diamond, trying to think of something good to say. And I think Montclair is a diamond, but if you really think about it, it's more like a quilt. Over time, layers of people have contributed to it. It's beautiful, even though it has like just different squares all over it. It's something about that you really like and you really love. And I think that when you add to something like a quilt, you add to it with your heart. When someone adds a square to it, or if someone passes it down, they make sure what they added is meaningful. And I think that Lackawanna Plaza, it doesn't, besides of course the height and everything, but it's not representative of the growth that I think that area needs and that the community wants, because when you think about the community, you think about the people who made that tapestry of the town. That's why people come here. But you can't come somewhere that was already established and built and then say, it should be like this. That's kind of arrogant, and it's not the way that a town should grow. It should be at a pace, like phases. Why can't there be a phase of a supermarket? Why is there this impatient feeling that it's all or nothing? Why can't it be phase one, a supermarket? Let's see how that goes. Let's see how people like how the developer built this. Then the next phase is a small apartment building, not that big, and an open space. I think this 4 buildings is not reflective of the charm, the beauty, and honoring the history of the people who live here. It just seems like something that doesn't fit, and I think that that should be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Hi. My name is Layla Maher. I live in the 4th Ward at 1 Clover Hill Place, on the corner of Clover Hill Place and Glenridge Avenue, part of Ground Zero to the Lackawanna Plaza development. I'm now becoming a regular at these meetings, and you will see much more of me. But I want you to understand something. I'm tired. I'm tired of having to fight this battle to save the neighborhood in which I and my husband have lived for 20 years and raised both of our children, which includes not only Clover Hill Place and Grove Terrace, but my neighbors at the Muse, the Matthew G. Carter Apartments, those on Grove Street, Pine Street, Claremont Avenue, Glenridge Avenue, Gates Avenue, North and South Willow Streets, Greenwood Avenue, Forest Street, Hawthorne Street, and the entire 4th Ward. And frankly, with the likely more than 1,000 new residents that will live in the proposed 375 units comprised of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms and studios, along with the resulting coming and going of the supermarket, the new businesses and restaurants, and the 17,000 residents that are within half a mile of this plan This plan as proposed will be a disaster for Montclair on many levels, including causing massive congestion in an already overly congested area, pollution, stress on our infrastructure, loss of the sun, the displacement of many longtime residents, and the potential destruction of the diversity Montclair prides itself on. Note that I am a former public interest lawyer who represented low-income tenants from Hell's Kitchen in New York City Housing Court, and then I ran a legal clinic for homeless New Yorkers. So I know how gentrification works. I'm sure you all do too. David Pleissick asked in a recent radio interview, why is this taking so long? I'll tell you why this is taking so long, because clearly no one is listening. After much back and forth, the last plan came in with 150 residential units. I remember going to many meetings about that. Now, even with all that history, we are confronting a new plan proposing 375 residential units in 5 huge buildings at over 6 stories. And even worse, it was drafted in violation of Section 2.0 of the Township's Master Plan through meetings between the Council's Economic Development Committee, along with the developer, Mr. Pleissick, architect Iris Smith Maran of Smith Maran, and Janice Talley, Montclair's Director of Planning and Community Development, without allowing for early advisory board engagement. Everyone says developing Lackawanna is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Montclair. Well, it is, and I ask you all to treat it as such so we don't get another Valley and Bloomfield. You must listen to the residents who will be affected. You must get real independent expert input. You must be transparent with us at all times and on all fronts. And you must not rush this process. And you must remember that in the end, you represent us, the residents of Montclair, not the developer. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Olga Zaykina and I'm a resident of North Fullerton Avenue, and I want to talk about gas leaf blowers. Many people consider the noise from gas-powered leaf blowers to be annoying, if not disruptive. It impedes the work of those working from home, including myself. I teach online. However, a bigger problem is there are much greater health risks related to the noise pollution the gas blowers produce, and that relates to the physiology of hearing. So a normal conversation occurs at around 60 decibels. The noise a gas leaf blower produces is up to 112 decibels, 112. The increase is dramatic because each additional 10 decibels doubles the effect of the sound. Anything above 85 decibels is considered extreme noise. Our ears have tiny sound sensing cells located in the inner ear called cilia. Anything about 70-75 decibels damages cilia, which are the kind of cells that never recover. Extended exposure to such noise makes cilia gone for good. Imagine what it means for the workers often seen operating the gas leaf blowers without ear protection. But the problem is not only the decibels themselves, but the type of frequency of the noise. There is a high frequency sound, the one that the dental drill produces, for example. High frequency sound does not travel, it falls off quickly with distance. And the gas leaf blower, on the other hand, produces low frequency noise, which has a great penetrating power. It goes through walls, cement barriers, and many kinds of hearing protection devices, including earplugs. A study showed that in a densely settled neighborhood, a gas blower operating around 75 decibels of noise can affect up to 15 times as many households as a battery-powered blower with the same 75 decibel rating. A Harvard study showed that a single gas blower could impact up to 90 surrounding homes. To normalize this extreme and dangerous noise is a mistake. We can change this. It is time to change this. Let's join other towns who are leading the way. It is time for Montclair to pass a law that ends a use of the gas leaf blowers all year round. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Yana Robbins, and I live on Park Street. I'm a recent Rutgers certified master gardener. Through my training, I learned how soil is fundamental to all life on Earth and what happens when 200-mile-per-hour winds are aimed at our landscapes. Here are some facts. Leaf blowers blow away the topsoil, the most nutritious layer vital to plant health, which includes the native plants that you passed the legislation to encourage us to plant and to protect. Leaf blowers make the soil dry and compacted. This makes way for weeds, which leads to an overuse of herbicides and pesticides. They can affect families and pets and water systems. Leaf blowers destroy the habitats of insects, including critical pollinators, small mammals, birds, and the biodiversity that's disappearing day by day. The hurricane-force winds create dust and contains dangerous particulate matter, pollen, mold, animal feces, heavy metals, chemicals from herbicides and pesticides. All this leaf blowing is meant to achieve is a perfectly manicured look, but the price we pay is too high. By solving one problem, we are creating another, not just for us, but for our neighbors and for generations to come. Please put an end to this destructive machine now. Please vote to make Montclair a healthier town. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I'm Judith Antleman, and I live on Walnut Street. In 22 days, the gas-powered leaf blowers returned to our community. 22 days. From March 15th through May 15th, our environmentally conscious town will endure once again the impact of these destructive machines. As I count down the days with dread, I recall last autumn when I sat in my apartment with windows shut attempting to teach via Zoom. I could barely hear my students, and they were distracted by the cacophony for the entire hour. This spring will be the same. I will never understand how we as a community have come to accept this. So many of us have a story to tell about how these machines are destroying our quality of life. But the time for storytelling is over. The time for questions is over. The time for statistics, data, and research is over. The gas leaf blower will not get safer. Adverse effects on humans and wildlife will not improve. Diminishing biodiversity will not turn around. Rising global temperatures will not drop. To wit, this past January was the warmest January recorded on record in history. How many of us in this room walked around wearing spring jackets the past few weeks in February? Electric cars have become ubiquitous in Montclair. It tracks for this town. Opportunities exist for safe and effective methods of landscaping, from electric alternatives to that invaluable tool, the rake, to a paradigm shift in yard care practices. The Montclair community can easily maintain its properties without gas leaf blowers. There is much to gain if we do. There's much to lose if we don't. Now is the time for action, municipal action, because this is where you can make change, right now, right here in this room. One council member has stated, from requiring mostly native pollinator-friendly vegetarian on public land to banning gas leaf blowers most of the year, we have been taking steps to restore our local ecosystem. Most of the year cannot be defined by the 8 months of the year when the gas blower is used the least, even in towns with no law in place. The seasonal limits, while a good step, are not enough. They still say yes to a dangerous machine during the most prolific months of its use. It's like banning ice skating, outdoor ice skating in the summer. An organization in our town mysteriously posted that Montclair is considered, quote, the capital of environmentalism in New Jersey, unquote. Did they mean we have this title for 8 months out of the year? We simply cannot in good faith claim it while this machine rages across our town. I ask each of you, why not pass a full ban immediately? Why not join the other towns in the tri-state area that have done this and are ahead of the curve? If you truly want Montclair to be a beacon of environmentalism in New Jersey, you will pass legislation to permanently end the use of gas leaf blowers, effective immediately. Tell us, please, what are you waiting for? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Asha Giancospro, and I'm a student at Montclair High School. I lead the Environment Committee in the Civics and Government Institute at Montclair High School, and the environment is something that I and many students in this town care about very deeply. Gas leaf blowers are a major environmental hazard, and our town needs to put a stop to them. These leaf blowers use old technology two-stroke engines, which pollute more than the engines of today's gas-powered cars. These two-stroke engines have already been banned and phased out here and in other countries because of their extraordinary amounts of pollution. But Montclair continues to allow them. Gas leaf blowers also emit CO2 that contributes to rising temperatures in the ongoing climate crisis. Lawn equipment is a major contributor of CO2 emissions and pollution, and we have the opportunity here to make a difference by implementing a ban on gas leaf blowers. The environmental damages of gas leaf blowers are only one part of the multitude of hazards caused by them. Their noise is excessive and dangerous, and it spews unburned fuel into the air. All these have proven health risks. How can we allow the use of these leaf blowers when some can go up to 112 decibels and you can lose your hearing permanently in 1 minute from sounds over 110 decibels? How can we allow gas leaf blowers when 1 hour of use has the same amount of emissions as driving 1,000 miles in a car? Montclair has already acknowledged the dangers of gas leaf blowers. There is already a ban for a large part of the year on these machines, and yet they are still allowed for a portion of the time. Nearby towns like Maplewood understand the dangers and have a full ban. Students at my school understand the dangers. If the government of Montclair truly understands the dangers, it is astoundingly clear that it is time for a permanent full-time ban on these machines. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Lisa Seagartell from Essex Avenue. What would happen if you passed a full ban on the gas leaf blower tonight? I think everyone in this room and most people in this town know the answer. We would be healthier and safer. The soil at our feet, the people on our blocks, the landscapers in our yards, the birds in our trees, the atmosphere around us would all be better off. In 2022, you invested your time and commitment to the betterment of our community and beyond in two notable pieces of legislation. Last spring, you passed the Jose German Gomez Native Species Act to improve planting practices and encourage pollinators on Montclair's public property. This legislation contributed to our designation as a monarch city last summer. Deputy Mayor Herlock attended a community butterfly celebration and made a presentation praising our town's environmental efforts. I confess I was surprised this came from the same council member who voted against the seasonal limits of the gas leaf blower. In December, you passed legislation to ban the retail sale of dogs and cats in our town, even though they are not sold here, but adding our name to a growing list of towns in New Jersey to do this and shining a light on an important national problem. This legislation contributed to our designation as a best city for pets. For each of these, we are the second town to receive such designations in New Jersey, showing our commitment to butterflies, dogs, and cats. For this, you garnered headlines in local and regional publications. You expressed your pride in our town's commitment to the greater good. For the Native Species Act, Councilmember Russo said, quote, "We must do everything we can to protect our environment," end quote. For the sale of dogs and cats, Mayor Spiller said, quote, "Not only are we a great place to live for humans, we are also a better city for pets," end quote. Councilmember Jacobellis said this is a, quote, "value statement just like the 100% score on the Human Rights Campaign or becoming a monarch city," end quote. In earning both of these designations, you included Montclair's limits on the gas leaf blower as being a contributing factor. It is hard to feel proud of these accomplishments when you lift the veil and consider our reality. 4 months out of the year, we are not living up to the ideals they represent. We cannot claim a perfect score on human rights when health equity is set aside here for months of the year. We cannot protect dogs and cats and all wildlife only some months of the year. I would like to see the town of Montclair and the leaders of our municipality earn a new headline that truly walks the walk. Pass legislation that earns us yet another designation. The second town in New Jersey to ban the use of the gas leaf blower 12 months of the year.
Hi, I'm Jessica Stolzberg. I live on Fairfield Street. I truly believe a gas leaf blower ban could take effect tomorrow on both public and private property, and our town would move forward unscathed. This is not because I am naive or uninformed, quite the opposite. No proposed hurdle on this issue does not bring me to the exact same conclusion. This can be done as a municipality, as a community, now. I recently interviewed the owner of a landscaping company in Larchmont, New York, where a full ban on the gas leaf blower and seasonal limits on electric has been in effect for over a year. He has continued to conduct his business there without incident. He has changed his practices for his Larchmont customers to accommodate the change so his labor remained the same. It's about expectations, he told me. I can't blow away every last leaf, and no one seems to mind. He didn't know that the beds are actually healthier that way. He has been using a gas leaf blower since 1993 and never questioned it. I just followed the law, he said. He made two important points. This issue is about expectations and a law. The best analogy I think of is the law that banned smoking in bars and restaurants in New Jersey in 2006, 4 years behind New York City. It began and ultimately triumphed as a health issue, just as we continue to put forth for this issue. Business owners had pushed back for years, saying they would not survive without smoking in their establishments. The ban passed. The bars and restaurants continued to thrive. Who in this room stopped going to bars because there was no more smoking? Who in this room started going to bars because there was no more smoking? Montclair will thrive without the use of the gas leaf blower. The landscape companies in Montclair are going to be okay, as will be their workers, and so will we. To suggest we cannot do this and do it quickly is false and does a great disservice to the well-being of our community. I think it's vitally important to always remember this one simple truth. The gas leaf blower did not widely become used for yard care until the 1980s, and we did have trees that shed their leaves long before then. Perhaps we might check the historical record in Montclair to confirm we managed before the gas leaf blower came to town. You see, it's just too possible to get by without it. And sometimes, even today, we just might be able to go back to simpler times. We're not suggesting we go back to the horse and buggy here, but ending the use of the gas leaf blower and returning to safer landscape care is something that is truly possible both on municipal and private land. We leave this in your capable hands and ask that you act quickly to change the law once and for all.
Alan Sheldon, 530 Valley Road. I have been coming to these community meetings around Lackawanna for the last 8 years, and I'm really getting tired of it. I'm getting tired of it. Because you guys are going to sit around the table and you're going to listen to all these people complain, and then you're going to do what you want to do. That's what happened with the last two. There is a huge problem in the third ward because of all the development. One, a rat problem. A rat problem that is now spreading to my part of town. And a roach infestation problem. A difficult in terms of picking up garbage. Unbelievable, horrific traffic and parking. Because of all of this additional stuff going on, all these additional people that have been brought into the town. And so you've heard that 100 times of the difficulty of putting up so much residential development. But the other issue is the guy talked about, well, there's great economic development. No, there isn't. You go up and down the strip. These are boutique chain stores that are taking up these places. Why? Because these greedy developers have doubled the rent. It's between $7,000 and $10,000 a month, and it may be more than that. And small business owners in Montclair, can't afford to pay that kind of rent. The other issue is that with more residential development, the rents begin to go up. We understand that because the people who are renting their stuff want to get the same amount of money as the developers who are having rents at $3,000 and $4,000 a month. This has been said to you 100 times. And I'm here to tell you that it's not Peter Jacobellis who has had difficult connections with developers. That has been a long-term history. And so I am here to finally appeal to Montclair residents. You had the opportunity at the last election to vote for people who were going to protect the town, because the town council and the planning board are the only entities that can protect the town from these greedy developers like David Plassick and all the other ones. You are the ones who can protect the town and maintain the quality of life that is going to go away if you have this massive building. We all understand that. You have seen that. You see the evidence of that every day. I see it when I'm going up and down the strip, and there are people double parking, and there's all kinds of issues. And so I am asking the residents of Montclair, think harder about the people that
Thank you for your time.
elect.
Thank you.
Think harder.
Good evening. It's Annette Batson from North Mountain with Michelle Scheiber, our ACO. What an evening. Underlying theme here, I can see how it connects to everything. Everything is quality of life. And I almost didn't come up because I thought, well, who wants to hear about animals and chickens tonight? But, it's all connected. I want to thank you for voting. You're going to vote and pass the new chicken ordinance as one of our backyard pets. I worked with a coalition of animal rights people in Montclair for a year to pass this welfare package with your help. So thank you for that. I also want to, Michelle's going to distribute certificates for that we earned for the accreditation as a better city for pets. Yeah, hand them out to them all. I want you to have those near at hand in your office and look at them as a reminder that pets are an important part of the quality of life in this town. They are due respect. They provide psychological comfort. They teach compassion and unconditional love. They have a right to stay as an intact part of the family. And so when you're talking to the developers, whether it's plastic or the rental agency or the public housing authority, please keep the welfare of animals in your top of mind and include them to keep the families intact and to stop discrimination against people with pets for either upcharging them or forbidding them or saying, oh, we're pet friendly, but you can't have this breed, or that weight. And most of those situations, they end up on Michelle's watch because they get abandoned. They're forced out of their families. It's like a divorce. It's tragic. So please just keep those in mind and reflect on that when you see your certificate. And lastly, my next project with Humane Montclair, I wanted to let you know, is going to be a month-long climate change initiative that I'm hoping you'll all support. It's based on local businesses. I've got 12 restaurants who have chefs who have committed to featuring plant-based meals and adding creative new plant-based dishes to try for the month in an attempt for us as a community to embrace openly plant-based eating, reducing animal consumption, and lowering our collective carbon footprint. So thank you.
Good evening. My name is June Regner. I've been coming to a lot of meetings. At the last meeting, Mayor Spiller, you chided a resident for not having respect for you and for the council. So I'd like to talk about respect. When you hold events about respecting women and big parties and non-unionized hotels honoring women, that's not walking the walk when you participate in a finance committee that then excluded the woman who is the chief financial officer. And you excluded her after she pointed out very clearly that your finance committee practices and all of you on the town council's practices were potentially fraudulent and misappropriating municipal funds. You guys were taking health benefits and stipend money you were not entitled to. And when this woman who was doing her job pointed that out, the three of you on the council, with Mr. Scantlebury's help, and certainly with the help of Mr. Stafford, excluded her from the meetings. That was disrespectful. That was disrespectful to the chief financial officer, and it was enormously disrespectful to all of us taxpayers. You were disrespectful when you chased out Katie York. You were disrespectful when you supported the actions of Tim Stafford, that there are 4 women so far, although I understand there are others, who have very significantly documented his behavior, some of which you witnessed and were part of. So when you chide a citizen for being disrespectful in your kindergarten teacher voice, that I'm sure you were well trained by your handlers to respond to, and you continue to ignore citizens who ask questions about things like the firefighter's promotional exam, the fire chief's practices in giving his son a promotion, and leaving behind 3 black firefighters who've committed many, many years to this town, that is disrespectful. So respectfully, I ask you to start earning respect.
Thank you for your time. As a note, high school science teacher, not kindergarten, first and foremost. But also, while anyone can come up and speak as they wish, what I did note, and I think is inappropriate, we will not have people come up and call council members Uncle Toms or whatever else. We can have a discussion. We can have disagreements, but the name calling is not something that will be tolerated. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Josh Cohen, and I live at 11 Fidelity Place, just a couple blocks away. I thought I'd change it up tonight, make it a little lighter, and talk about leaf blowers.
We haven't heard that one tonight,
Right.
So go ahead and leave it.
I'm just going to add my voice to the chorus and point out, I feel the two-stroke engines basically spew oil because they're engineered to be cheap, and they're subsidized. Our health is subsidizing that cheapness. There's better engineered engines out there that do the job without doing any of that. As the COVID pandemic made very, very clear, let me back up. The type of pollution that they cause is associated with higher rates of asthma, COPD, and lung cancer. I hope everyone else heard that because I know there's a woman here complaining about asthma, and I know a lot of us have that. So let me say that again. This type of pollution is associated with higher rates of asthma, COPD, and lung cancer. As the COVID pandemic made very, very clear to all of us as we watch countless images of patients being intubated early on in the pandemic, damaged lungs and the associated problems that come with those damaged lungs and the inability to breathe is horrific. I look around this room and I see my fellow neighbors, your constituents, donning face masks in some cases to protect themselves from the air they breathe right now. This very building until recently had signs requesting face masks to protect ourselves and others. So if we're willing to do that through the pandemic and pull together, if your constituents are willing to go through that bother, I think most of them, I think you'd agree, would also be willing to support a ban on gas leaf blowers if it meant they could breathe easier. It's hard to find many residents that actually own a gas leaf blower, and that's why this is such low-hanging fruit. The ban is easy. It's the landscaping companies that run the bulk of these machines during the spring and fall. It's the landscaping companies that resist. And so let me point something out so that everyone can notice at any time. When you observe the landscaping trucks, notice their businesses that they advertise where they are. Rarely, if ever, are they located in Montclair. They are not your constituents. Landscaping, I don't care what the landscaping companies think. Their owners, if they live here, that's great. They can vote, but otherwise, they're not your constituents. We are. And the people with asthma are, the people that health problems are. So with that in mind, I just want to say that the elderly already have health problems and don't need the burden of more air pollution. The young children that have a right to play in their yards and playgrounds without breathing in the fumes and dust from these leaf blowers, their parents are your constituents. We pay the taxes in this town and we vote. Please stop subsidizing the landscaping industry with our health. Their right to make a profit ends at our right to breathe clean air. If they want to offer their services in the town, they must change their ways. As others explained, it's doable. And businesses love a vacuum. So if they won't do it, someone will jump in and do that. So I've spoken with several of you on this issue, and I know that some of you support the ban. To others that don't or are resisting, I would love to hear your reasons. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Raina Smith. I live in the 4th Ward on Grove Terrace, one short half block from the proposed Lackawanna development. I see nods. You remember I've said this before. Thank you for remembering. I have spoken to you before about the attributes that drew me and my family to Montclair. We moved from New York City, chose our home in the 4th Ward, not because we couldn't afford to live in any other part of town. We chose our home based on the character of a neighborhood with charming buildings and real diversity. Ethnicity, race, age, gender, sexual orientation, socioeconomic status. It's all there. And to be corny, it's a beautiful mosaic. It really is. This is the very social consciousness that attracts many to Montclair. And now I find New York City is coming to me. The more I learn about the development of the Lackawanna Plan and the spider web of social and financial relationships, the more concerned I become. I'm asking the council, all of you, to answer a few questions for me. Can you articulate what you consider to be a reasonable and equitable quality of life in each ward in Montclair? Who are the investors in the proposed Lackawanna development? Do they share and respect the values and integrity of our town and neighborhoods? Can council members consider the economic benefit and other mitigations related to proposed development in the context of past and present decisions that you have made about your own neighborhoods and the neighbors that you represent? How will the recommended expansions to Grove Street and Glenridge Avenue, suggested in the traffic study that was done, how are those going to be funded? How are the water, electric infrastructure needs that have to be built, how are those going to be funded? And really, why are we not presented with a real model that accurately reflects the scale of the project? I can take it and get one for us if you would allow.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Johanna Coxeter. I live at 165 Lincoln Street in the 4th Ward. And for once, like the gentleman before me, I'm not going to focus on Lackawanna. I'm going to talk about, surprise, leaf blowers. Please pass legislation to ban gas leaf blowers all year round. Montclair of all towns can do this easily. It is up to you, the elected officials of our municipality. Will you act on this important issue or continue to let time pass by while the extreme harm of this machine continues on your watch? Other towns have already done this. What is Montclair waiting for? As a person who hires a landscaper to take care of my yard, I would love to have less noise and pollution around my house. Sometimes I have meetings and people can't hear me talk. I'm presenting the meeting and they can't hear a word I'm saying. So I hope what the other person said is true, that the gas-powered ones have low frequencies that go through walls, but the electric ones have high frequencies that don't travel as far. Using electric leaf blowers when necessary and rakes when not would also be healthier for the men who work for the landscaping company. In fact, my landscapers already have the electric blowers for the period of time when the current limits are in effect. So I know they can take care of my yard without the gas blowers. It's been challenging to have conversations with the owner of the landscaping company I use. He doesn't understand when I try to do something different from his usual business model. He tells me his workers must continue their usual way when it's allowed. Changing the law means no one needs to have these difficult and uncomfortable conversations ever again, whether with the people whose services we depend on, or even more important, between neighbors who depend on relationships without tension or division. If Montclair passes an immediate year-round ban on gas-powered leaf blowers, there would be no need for convincing anyone. Now we just have to convince you. And I can't sit down without mentioning Lackawanna. Please scale it down. Follow the master plan. That's what we have it for. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Christina Thomas, and I have owned my property at 257 North Mountain Avenue for more than 50 years. I grew up in this town, I love this town, and I am appalled by some of the stuff that's been happening. I am sure that you all are aware that the town manager has to be paid for 3 months from the date of the resolution to terminate, which we know was improperly delayed by people who wanted to hide their skeletons in their closet. The town manager's compensation, I believe, is over $216,000, and with benefits, I believe it's over $260,000. I think that that's appalling. He's been collecting this money on our tax-paying backs and doing nothing because our town council lacked the backbone to do their job as public servants and as our elected officials. You all ought to be ashamed of yourselves, and when Bob and Peter finally made the move to pass the resolution and all of you didn't vote for it right away, you should be ashamed of yourselves. As many of you have read, the town manager has the opportunity to ask for a public meeting. It must be public. Now, some of you, I'm sure, have read that the tactic of asking for a public meeting is simply to extort more money from the council, who gets to vote secretly about whether or not they want to pay him off. I want the town council to assure the entire town and to make a promise to the public that they will not be extorted, and that any public hearing requested will in fact be public. If there's any behind the scenes negotiation about the improperly acting town manager being paid more taxpayer money, the town should know about it. The transparency of government is important. Several weeks ago, I sent an email asking all of you council members if Mr. Stafford had appointed an interim town manager before he was placed on administrative leave, as he's able to do by statute. There was no resolution appointing a temporary acting town manager either. Mr. Scantlebury has been acting improperly because there is a lack of a resolution. That puts our town at risk. We pay a lot of money to this town in taxes. My taxes are close to $30,000. I don't want you wasting my money. I am looking at the resolutions, and there are at least 5 resolutions in which you didn't want to have any discussion about the consent agenda, where you're going to hire a bunch of law firms at rates higher than the town has to pay because you get discounted rates from people like Riker Danzig. I think that the public needs to hold all of you accountable for the things that you do.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no one else for public comment, I will close public comment.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I would like to address the allegations that Mr. Heron and Martin Schwartz brought, and Mr. Attorney, can you provide an answer to their allegations?
Well, and when you say allegations to their comments, I can't talk to their allegations because I don't know the facts specific to what they were alleging. But as we had mentioned before, there is a title or a statute in the New Jersey Code 40A:9-22 that is known as the Local Government Ethics Law. I've spoken about it before. In there, it lays out the ethical requirements for public officers and employees and elected officials. Part of the statute in 9-22.5 has provisions that relate to officers and employees and elected officials' financial requirements and ethics under that. And as I will just elaborate, Mr. Harron put it, he read the law, it's pretty clear that if a elected official or an officer or an employee of the municipality is receiving contributions, that they would, contributions from a entity that was doing business in Montclair, and a ordinance or resolution regarding that entity came to a vote, that they should recuse themselves from the vote, and they should recuse themselves from participation in that, with that matter. Failure to do so could result in a grievance filed against them at the Division of Community Affairs. And also, one of the more important impacts could be that whatever resolution or ordinance or law was adopted by the governing body through their participation could be challenged in a court of law in an action, and that regulation or that law that was adopted could be overturned. So I would strongly suggest that any person that has a financial interest, they look at it closely and determine whether they should recuse or abstain from taking part in the matter. But other than that, I won't go any further into particular members of the council.
That's fine. So as Fourth Ward Councilor and in Vista's plan, the impact, so what are the next steps for us to determine whether or not Mr. Iacobellis should continue to have involvement with this, or should not?
I don't know what further steps the council could take. Mr. Iacobellis, if this pertains to him or any council member, if it pertains to them, they should know who's donating or contributing or paying money to either their campaign or to their employment, and they should do the honorable thing, the ethical thing, and recuse themselves. If it turns out later that that individual participated, a grievance and they had that conflict of interest in violation of the statute, a grievance could be filed against them.
So I guess directly to you, how do you feel?
Well, number one, I don't answer to you. Number two, I think, at the end of the day, the facts will be presented and everyone can have a look at the facts. I act on the guidance of council regularly, consistently. I'm guided by council in both contexts, in the context of my role as a council person and in my capacity as head of Out Montclair. And I feel quite confident in the expertise of those legal professionals in their guidance and in how the organization conducts itself and how I conduct myself, and in particular, the emphasis on the financial piece. What's important for the public to know is these things are all public. You can go look at 990s for nonprofit organizations. You can look at campaign filings for any one of us. And I would encourage anybody to go look at those documents. Anybody can stand at the microphone and make any kind of accusations, but simply just go review who made donations to who.
Ma'am, this is between the council right now, and I think ultimately it's up to us because this is a very important development. And if we have jeopardy here, considering all the work that's been gone into it so far, I think this is something that not only we as a council, all of us should make sure that we're doing the right thing, because we've heard these things. Now we know you can't undo what you don't know or what you haven't heard. We've all heard this tonight, and I think it's very serious allegations made by two individuals. And I think that, considering where we are with this development right now, with the development plan, this is something that we need to address. And that's not anybody saying that they report to them or with them. This is just something that, as a council person who's heard these allegations, for the public to come forward with them right now, I think we all have something that we need to do, and that's whether or not we want to continue down this road and then face potential litigation later, or move in a proper way, which I believe, as you're saying, is go to a grievance to have something determined by the state.
If there is a belief or evidence that shows that the elected official has violated the local government's ethics law, a grievance can be filed.
So is a fundraiser considered something that would elevate to that level?
I'm not going to expand any further on that in public session. I believe I would owe any council member sitting up here the right to have this matter discussed in executive session. So I will leave it at that. If we want to move to executive session to further expand on this, I will.
Well, we have executive session already scheduled tonight, right?
This evening, but that's not listed on executive session. Someone would have to move the matter onto executive session.
Okay. Well, I, for one, do think this is something that elevates to that, and I do move that we go to executive session. Will any of you second that?
Well, I think that I certainly think that any item or anything around this can be discussed in executive session, and certainly at that time, we do have all the other business to go through, and then we get to the executive session after.
Well, I want to make sure, are you confident that we can discuss this without a second to my motion later on? Because it was not something that was on there for this current executive session?
Well, I think it would be appropriate to make the motion to add this particular item to the executive session so that it's clearly identified that it'll be a topic of discussion in executive session.
So that's the motion that I make. Is there a second?
Yeah, I have nothing against Peter or anyone, but we have to discuss this further in executive session. And I want to ask also if executive session discussion is going to be held on the manager. Because I came here tonight not feeling well, and I wasn't going to stay tonight, but I'm going to stay. My wife's going to struggle, sit in the audience for hours and hours if we're up there. But I want to know, are we going to discuss? People never know what we're discussing in executive session. Here you're hearing a debate right now. So I'd say that is appropriate for us to discuss in executive session, whatever charges people made against any of us. But here's my question, and I have to ask this to the town attorney now. Are you going to have information for us about what one of our constituents brought up tonight about the request of the manager under the Faulkner Act, which I proposed? I was the one who proposed we use that as the law to remove. Are we going to discuss the request of the former manager, I'm calling him former manager, to have a hearing? And is that hearing going to be held next week?
Councilman Russo, to answer your question, there is a resolution that has been publicized on the agenda. In there, if you look to section...
What number?
Section 7. It's the last resolution on the agenda. We look at section number 7. It lists relating to any pending or anticipated litigation. It lists the matters that we will be discussing in executive session. As you know, executive session is issues that are confidential in nature, so we don't discuss in the public what the exact topic will be discussed. But
Councilwoman Preiss has shown me that. I've done this 23 years. I know that that's the general categories, but I want to know, and the public wants to know, are we going to discuss where we just told everybody, we're going to put the Faulkner Act as the basis of removal? Are we going to be discussing that tonight?
The resolution speaks directly to what we will be discussing as a matter of law.
It's very general.
And that's
I like some specifics. I teach this, and I'm getting very disgusted with the fact that nobody knows what we're going to do, when we're going to do it, how we're going to do it.
You should have
so I hope tonight that we're going to discuss the manager because he's not gone yet.
So, Councilman Cummings, you did have a motion. I will say this. Is there objection to it? I think unless there's objection to adding it on. Is there objection? There's not. It's added on. Moving forward, we next have a presentation. Mr. Scannenberg?
Yes, as you know, IMAC serves as our insurance broker, and based on the anticipated 5% increase in the rates by the State Health Benefit Plan, they performed an analysis comparing our current carrier to the Gateway Health Insurance Fund. This is Mr. Uko from IMAC, and he's going to speak to this.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, before we start, unfortunately, Mr. Burr left me.
Well, you want to give him a second to... You know what, why don't we could take a 2-minute restroom break anyway.
If you-
A lot of us
thank you,
sit up
Mr.
here
Mayor.
for a
I'm
long
just waiting
time
for Mr.
anyway to the
Burr. Thank
bathroom.
you.
All right, so we'll do a 5-minute restroom break.
Thank you.
Good call.
Mr. Uko, my apologies.
Shut just so we can hear.
Bob, did Bob leave?
Okay. All right, great. Thank you very much. So we are back in session. I'd ask any conversations just to go outside there, please. Thank you very much. With that, again, thank you so much for joining us. And certainly, as we know, we appreciate the relationship for many years in terms of you guiding, helping to guide us in terms of some of these conversations. Multiple times in the past, we have switched health insurance. We've been able to capture savings over the years by doing so. I think everyone's seen in the press where we've seen some spikes in some of these costs, certainly with some of the plans, and appreciate you monitoring that closely and then seeing if there was any savings to be had with any options that we could take. So with all that, thank you very much. And Mr. Deputy Mayor, I believe you wanted to make a
Thank you,
statement.
Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. Mr. Burr, I just have a couple quick questions regarding this issue. My understanding that the healthcare issue is, for lack of a better word, in play when it comes to council members, correct?
Yes, it is.
And that
It
there's
could be, yes.
certain issues that have come up as a result of that?
Yes, it could, yes.
So I believe, and then on advice of council, I'm going to, consistent with my position on the Finance Committee when this was presented, I am going to now recuse myself from this issue. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
And I would agree with that as well, so I'm going to sit in the audience.
And Mr. Burr, would you like to specifically note, by the way, some of the ways you've addressed that concern?
Yes, Mayor. So it has been discussed that in the event there would be a switch to this new health benefits, that the councils would not participate, council members, elected officials would not participate in the new benefits under the plan. So that would, I believe, in my opinion, would allow the council members to vote on it, since there would be no self-interest in receiving benefits under the plan. So I believe that that's been discussed by the council members.
Thank you. And tonight is not to do that. Tonight is to hear an overview of where things are at.
Right. Tonight is just to hear an overview of the workings. There's no resolution pending or to be adopted, so you'd just be listening. My understanding, there's going to be a significant cost savings to the township, and that would be in the best interest of the township and for the council to hear that presentation and to understand what's
Councilwoman?
And just to augment what, I don't know which one of you just said, but not only will the council not be participating on the plan to be discussed, no one is currently participating at this time. Is
That's
that correct?
None of the elected officials are
That's
currently participating in any of the
Thought I just
benefits,
put that back.
current health benefits.
Thanks,
package.
okay, great.
Okay.
All right, so let's hear the nuances of this. I think normally as we all look at this, and not to steal where we want to go, but these are always the major areas to focus on. What's the cost plans, specifically? Secondarily to that, what are we talking about in terms of substantially equal to or better than, and certainly also, the networks. Those are some of the big things that we always look at.
Yeah, Mayor, you've hit the key issues, but let me give you the complete overview. Just by way of introduction, my name is Tom Yuko. I work for IMAC Insurance Agency. We're located in Belleville. We're actually now part of a large national company called Acrisure that as of a few years ago, but we still operate independently as IMAC Insurance Agency. As the mayor mentioned, we've been the insurance broker and consultant for the township for, I want to say maybe 8 years. I'm not quite sure, something like that. And we have done this a couple times before with you as well as other clients. So as you, I'm sure, unfortunately know, the state health benefits plan in which your employees and some of your retirees are covered for their medical and prescription insurance imposed large rate increases for 2023, which for Montclair averaged out to 20.5% rate increase. The state health benefits plan has lost $400 million over the last 2 years. And as of their report last summer, they now have almost no reserves. And they like to have 3 months of claims worth of reserves. Right now, they have virtually nothing. To deal with this in 2024 and beyond, we believe the state plan will need to either find ways to reduce costs through plan design changes or make another significant rate increase in 2024. Don't know that for sure, but numbers are the numbers. And, they don't print money in the basement of the Treasury Department. At least I don't think they do. But so that we anticipate continued pressure. And this significant rate increase for 2023 has already resulted in at least 20 groups, 20 employers or boards of ed, towns or boards of ed, leaving the state health benefits plan. Includes some big groups like Newark, City of Newark, City of Camden, and City of Trenton. So these are all groups that have favorable claims experience, who are able to get attractive proposals from commercial insurance companies. In addition, there are also 30 groups, despite this large rate increase, who are in the process of joining the state health benefits plan. And the converse is true for them. The only reason they are probably doing that is because they've had bad claims experience, have high rates from commercial markets, and despite how high the rates the state plan has gotten, they can get a better deal from the state plan. So if you want to think of it, good groups leaving on average, bad groups joining on average, add even more pressure to the state rates in future years. So when this rate increase was announced last summer, we approached the township manager to encourage that the township once again request from the state health benefits plan a copy of Montclair's claims history for the prior 2 years, something we've done every so often. A couple times it made no sense to make a change. We wanted to see if maybe with this big rate increase it would make a change. And as the mayor mentioned, while preserving equal to or better than benefits as required by your union contracts. So once you get that claims report from the state, you look at, all right, you paid X millions of dollars to the state plan over the last 2 years. How much did they pay out? Did they pay out more or less than that? Turns out you paid less than that, and so in effect, Montclair had a healthy couple years, and basically you could think of it as subsidizing the other groups in the plan. So that gave us hope that we'd be able to go out to commercial markets and maybe find you a plan that would have lower rates than the state health benefits plan. And we approached, Horizon, Aetna, Cigna, Oxford, all the big companies you can think of, as well as some prescription benefit carriers. And the most favorable proposal came from a health insurance fund. I'll tell you more about what a health insurance fund is in a minute. But a group called the Metro Health Insurance Fund, which is a sub-fund of the Gateway BMed Health Insurance Fund. This plan uses the Aetna doctor and hospital network for medical and the Express Scripts for prescription benefits. So one of the things to think about is your employees right now and most of your retirees have Horizon, Blue Cross Blue Shield for the state plan. What does it mean if they switch to Aetna? I'll discuss that in a bit, but it shouldn't be much of a disruption. But what were the savings that the Metro HIF came up with? It's about a 4.8% savings versus the 2023 rates for the state plan, which translates to about $460,000 over the 12 months of the HIF proposal. Now that's gross savings. As you know, your employees contribute to their coverage, so that $461,000 would be split. Most of it would be for the township's budget. A fraction of it depends on the group, 20, 25%, maybe something like that, would be savings go to employees. So what is a health insurance fund, or a HIF as I've been describing it? So health insurance funds have been in operation in the state of New Jersey since 1992. In general terms, they operate much like the joint insurance fund that Montclair is already in, and that joint insurance fund provides property and liability risk coverage. These pools or funds pool the risk of a bunch of municipalities or boards of ed or other governmental entities. Pool the risk so that one town has a bad year, another town has a good year. You pool the risk because the next year it might be reversed. So instead of huge volatility in rates, pools allow you to spread the risk and smooth out the rate increases. There are currently about 270 New Jersey public entities in HIFs. So that's either municipalities, boards of ed, county colleges, utility authorities, things like that. 270 entities in the state of New Jersey. Collectively, the HIF budgets all around the state of all the HIFs are $843 million per year right now, and they have about 95,000 members. Each HIF is subject to various levels of oversight. Each HIF contracts with independent fund professionals to oversee the finances and operations. There's an outside actuary that sets the rates. It's not set by an insurance company. The HIF also contracts with an independent treasurer and an outside independent auditor to review the finances. There's also extensive reporting to and oversight by the New Jersey Department of Banking and Insurance. Each HIF has regular public meetings at which you'd be able to participate by appointing a fund commissioner. All financial reports are posted to a HIF website, total public transparency. The meetings are all public. The only private executive sessions that they have are to discuss individual claim appeals if necessary. Rate stability. So the group that you'd be joining over the last 5 years has averaged about a 1.5% rate increase, with the highest rate increase being a 7.5% increase this year. The state has averaged over that time 3.3%, but with a range of -7 to the plus 20.5 we're seeing this year. So it's a higher average than the HIF has had, higher average rate increase, and also a much narrower range, so more predictability for the financials. As we've mentioned, the HIF is guaranteed in writing that they will provide medical and prescription drug benefit levels that are equal to or better than what your employees and retirees have now. So equal to or better than benefits means co-pays, co-insurance, out-of-pocket limits, what services are covered, what services are excluded, are all guaranteed to be equal to or better than what your members have now. I think you've all gotten a copy of a detailed plan outline we did. If you look at that, I know it's very long. It's like 18 pages long, only because there are so many different plan designs that your members are in with the state plan. There actually are a few better thans, or a few things highlighted in green on that, where your members will get better benefits. Things like ER copays, lower ER copays on some of the plans, and things like that. So what about the change in network? So as you know, the state health benefits plan, most of your members, except for Medicare retirees, are in the Horizon Blue Cross Blue Shield provider network, and the HIF uses the Aetna network. So it's important to note that there is a huge overlap between the two networks. Most doctors and hospitals are either in both Horizon or Aetna, or they're not in either one of them. There's some doctors, I have one, that she doesn't participate in any networks. There are some doctors like that. But for most providers, there'll be no change. They're either in both networks or they're in neither network. There will be some employees who will see that their doctors are currently in network with Horizon but out of network with Aetna, and vice versa. So some employees might get hurt with one or two doctors, some employees might be helped with one or two doctors. For employees who potentially could get hurt, who find that their doctors are in Horizon's network but not Aetna, Aetna offers a program, well, all insurance companies do, but Aetna offers it through this HIF, program called Transition of Care. Let's say a woman's in the middle of a pregnancy, or someone's in the middle of cancer treatment, or someone is in the middle of mental health psychotherapy kind of thing. If there is a situation like that and it's documented to the HIF, certain criteria are met, they will treat that what's now an out-of-network provider as in-network for the duration of that pregnancy or duration of that cancer treatment, things like that. So that provides some comfort to people who are in the middle of care and don't want to change doctors in the middle of their treatment program or middle of their pregnancy. I think, as the mayor alluded to, we did have a meeting, a virtual meeting with the mayor and a council member. We did also have a meeting last Friday with many of your union leaders. Mr. Signatory was there, as well as Aisha Dawkins. They raised a number of questions, which we have addressed. I believe, did you get that email today? Yes, okay. So, and we're available to have additional meeting with the union leaders if necessary to increase their comfort level. I don't think they were necessarily opposed to the idea. They had legitimate concerns, which we took back and got answers for. They've been through this with us before. I've met with them before. You were in the state when we first came to Montclair. We took you to Horizon when it made sense, took you back to the state when that made sense, and maybe now, maybe it makes sense to leave the state again. The timing issues of this, so the state requires at least 60 days advance notice. So obviously there's no resolution on the agenda for tonight, so we can't give notice for March 1st. But if over the next couple of weeks you get comfortable with the idea, we maybe meet with the unions again and the council wants to proceed. If you give notice by April 1st, this could be made effective June 1st, 60 days notice. So that's probably the earliest realistically that we could do this. That 4.8% savings I mentioned earlier I emphasize the word might, decline slightly due to the 1 month delay, because I won't bore you with underwriting, but as you can imagine, the farther you push out rates, there's more inflationary pressure, so the HIF might look for a small rate increase, but we don't think it would be significant. We don't think it would be a meaningful change in the savings. There are a bunch of legal documents involved in joining a HIF. We've given those to Mr. Signatory, and I believe Mr. Burr has them as well. Their resolutions need to be passed. The state has a resolution, and they're very strict about it. They have a PDF. You can't retype it. You can't make any changes. You basically fill in the blanks. Ironically enough, Montclair years ago retyped it, submitted it, sent it back. Nope. Got to use our PDF. So they're very sticky about that. If you go forward, we would help facilitate, along with the HIF professionals, employee and retiree meetings, either in person or virtual, whatever works best for your groups. We've done this with many clients, not just Montclair. We've made transitions like this with many clients. We try to make it as smooth as possible. Can't promise there'll be no hiccups, but we want to try to build it enough lead time to make sure people are enrolled in HIF system, have their new ID cards on time. So the more lead time we can get, the better for that. Those really are the highlights. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. So one thing I just took note of is that the pharmacy is Express Scripts. So that means there's no ability to walk into a bricks and mortar pharmacy. You have to order everything mail order?
No.
Oh.
Express Scripts does both.
I really had the impression they were mail order for some reason.
No, well, they do. They offer mail order
Yeah.
just like the state plan does. But Express Scripts is what's called a prescription benefit manager.
Right.
So all the major chains are in network with them. So you could still go to your CVS or whatever, or a lot of local pharmacy stores.
Pharmacy benefit
as well as
manager,
mail order.
Right, okay. Thank you. And my second question was, maybe you said it, but I think from whatever past experience I have in this regard, this is a self-insured plan. So in other words, everybody contributing, is that the case? This is a
Okay, so
self-insured?
the HIF, without getting too complicated, the HIF, you would pay fixed rates every month. So for your budget purposes, it would look like a fully insured program. You'd pay X dollars a month, depending on how many employees you have. No matter what your claims are, you pay that fixed dollar amount. The HIF itself, they do buy stop-loss insurance. So they put a budget together, decide what the rates need to be for Montclair or all the other member towns, and they buy self-insurance for the HIF. But from Montclair's point of view, it's a fixed rate. I don't want to call it fully insured because it's technically not a fully insured program, but it's a fixed rate program for the Township of Montclair.
And then maybe I didn't understand, but maybe you just described that. Is our rate set based on, sort of the profile of, the composite of the kind of risk assessment about our, is that how it's done?
Yeah, so let me
every
tell you-
town will have its own risk or rating
Exactly.
assessment?
Every town has different rates depending on their plan design, and the rates we got for Montclair now are based on the claims experience report we got from the state, as well as the census. They look at what's called an age-sex factor. So how old is your population, balance of male and female, things like that. So it's rated that way. And then each year, when you get reassessed each year, it's it's pool experience. So in general, everybody gets about the same rate increase. There is the ability to, let's say the average rate increase is 6%, picking a number out of the air. There is the rate ability to, if a town has particularly good or particularly bad experience, to go a little bit above or below that, but it's capped. It can't be a huge difference. So if Montclair has a horrible year, for whatever reason, you won't get punished the way you would if you were standing on your own.
But if we were taking full advantage of preventive health things, we were trying to do, more to keep our population well, that might make a lower claims
Exactly.
experience, and we might benefit from that.
Exactly, and the HIF offers wellness programs, which is important to note.
Okay, thank you.
So
And I think
Mayor,
please, Councilman.
Yeah, so on the call that we had, my main question to you guys was transferring coverage. And those who are currently, will they be able to maintain and keep their same doctors if they were to switch? What is the basically conversion rate for the doctors? Will
Yeah,
they
I mean,
ever
that
get
was the network issue I was trying to allude to before. I can't give you precise numbers because we can't get precise data from the state as to which doctors your members use. But we've looked at other situations in Essex County and the Essex County area, and literally about 85 to 90% of the doctors are either in network with both Aetna and Horizon or out of network with both. So for those 85 to 90%, it'd be no change. For the other 10 or 15%, there will be some who will benefit from this change because maybe they're going to a doctor now who's out of network with Horizon, but it turns out they're in network with Aetna. So they'd benefit from this change, or vice versa. They might lose a network doctor, but as I said, if they're in the middle of a pregnancy or a cancer treatment or mental health therapy sessions. There's the possibility to get transition of care, so that even though their doctor is now out of network with the HIF, with Aetna, they can be treated as in network for the duration of that course of treatment.
So is it possible to give a booklet that shows which doctors they would have access to?
Yes, so I think we gave you a PDF. I'm not 100% sure, but if not, I'll send it to you. There's a PDF from the HIF which gives instructions on how people can look up, are your doctors participating with the new Aetna program?
Okay.
Certainly as part of any enrollment meetings, we would do that, make that available.
But it's available now?
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. And that would be good for the union staff. So I'll make sure if we haven't given that to you already, we'll send it to you first thing in the morning.
Councilman, good?
Yeah.
Yes, certainly appreciate that, and happy to hear that you had your initial meeting there. So, Mr. Scantlebury, I assume that went well. You took the questions and certainly trying to answer all those. And from your end, you've done this transition multiple times, as you've noted, with township employees, so I'm sure you're familiar with how you, and we've gotten good feedback as to how you've helped with that process. So, of course, we'd be expecting the same level of support in that work.
We would absolutely
should there
do
be.
that, 100%. Yep.
Okay. Well, with that, thanks for presenting the information.
Okay.
We'll consider it, I'm sure.
All right,
Thank you.
great.
Thank you,
Appreciate
sir.
that.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, you have to bring the other council members back in.
Take care.
Thanks again. Okay. Next is Ordinance O-22-25, which is an ordinance to amend Chapter 82 Animals, Article 4, Animal Raising of the Code of the Township of Montclair. I'm going to open to the public hearing without objection. Is there anyone who objects? Hearing none, I'll open it to the public. Anyone who wishes to speak with regard to this ordinance? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing without objection. Closing the hearing. Any questions, concerns, or comments? Madam Clerk?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I didn't hear a movement in a second.
I so move.
Second?
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Preiss Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo? Absent. Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis? Absent. Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-22-27, which is an ordinance to amend the Montclair Chapter Code 347 zoning to permit accessory dwelling units as an accessory use for 1, 2, and 3 family dwellings, and I so move.
Second?
Without objection, I'm going to open the hearing. Is there objection? Hearing none, we'll open the hearing. Anyone who wishes to speak on this ordinance?
I would like to commend you for doing something that is truly
Just
progressive.
officially name and address for the
Okay.
record. Thank you.
June Regner,
Thank you.
Montclair resident on North Mountain Avenue. I would like to commend you for doing something truly progressive. I would like this progressive spirit to pervade more of the things you do.
Anyone else wishing to be heard on this ordinance? Seeing none, without objection, I'll close the hearing. The hearing is closed. Any questions, concerns, comments from the council? Councilwoman Preiss Abrams?
Thanks, Mayor, and appreciate the earlier recognition of the ordinance and Ms. Regner's comments just now. There was some reference to being on the path to making this an age-friendly community. One of the speakers earlier commented, and I know we have that in our DNA, and that's what we mean to be and should be, and this is one piece. I want to just acknowledge that there was a working group on developing this ordinance with a lot of balancing off, and seniors were represented through Ann LaPelle and Frank Millspaugh. Housing advocates were represented through Harold Simon, Winna McNeil. Planners were, the planning board was represented, I should say, through Carmel Lockman and our own planner, Janice Talley. Councilor Yacobelis and myself were very much at the table, Councilor Russo. So we went a bunch of rounds, and I think we've developed something that will, again, make for housing that that opens up possibility for people who can add on smaller structures that will be more affordable by the very size of them. it's progressive to the extent that there's so many adaptive uses that will just help people stay in this town, thrive in this town, build community in different ways. And so I am really proud that we're about to, I believe, pass it tonight. And I did ask Ms. Talley if the zoning officer would have necessary forms in 20 days from now, that if someone wanted to come in and actually apply for one, that they could begin the process. So we'll see if that happens. But the request was made, so thank you for the opportunity and thanks for the support.
Absolutely. I certainly think as relates to all the things that we do around affordability. We've had a lot of conversations around that with rent control, with these actions, multiple other pieces. That's one of the key things that we've been focusing on, so appreciate that. Councilman Cummings, did you have?
So I saw where it says increase of supply for workforce housing.
You're looking at the memo?
Yeah, where it says recommendations at the back. So is the idea that this will be a way of getting younger people to have a place to stay that they could afford, and not just our older residents who are concerned about getting aged out? That's just a question too.
It's a yes and, it's absolutely, because it's again, by the design of it being accessory to a primary, it's smaller by definitions, and therefore should be more affordable than people buying a house on the open market, or even rents. Let's just suppose they're consistent, but it's a small unit. You might be renting it to someone you know. If it's your own kids, other people's kids young people who work in town who would want a place. It's additional housing stock that it's not going to be all built overnight, because this is just self-initiated by an owner of the property. But there's been incentive now to say, we're going to permit this use. If you want to take it on, this is something that we're encouraging, and I think there'll be lots of wraparound support to it as well, even though there's no dollars incentive from the town in any way, just that it's conceptually incentivized.
And another question in terms of, I guess you would have to engage in to be able to stay there. Is there a time limit on terms of like how long you can stay there?
There's a minimum. So the minimum is 6 months. We're trying to say there's some sense of stability. If you're moving a tenant into your backyard, effectively, that's the impact in the neighborhood. It's a person that you'll have come to know a little bit. That you're not looking for Airbnb. It's not someone there for 3 nights. And we actually fixed language. I would have to find it and point it to you, David, Counselor. But if you'd like, I will.
So no, 6 months. So 6 months is a minimum
right.
lease
And,
time.
Yes, and the lease must be provided if the ADU is being rented, but you don't have to rent your ADU. You could let your kids stay there, or your parent, or the seniors like to point out, you may feel at some point, I'd like to go live simply in that little space, and you guys live in the big house, whoever that is. So the flipping of roles and the ability for families that are growing in different ways to support each other at different stages of their life, that's some of the promise of what these have been shown to do in other jurisdictions, including 2 in New Jersey.
And then my last question, in terms of, I guess, enforcement, does this fall under rent control?
No.
Okay.
Because we had modified it, we ramped it up, in part from some considerations in earlier discussions we had, but we took away the 3-family dwellings. For a 3-family dwelling to have added an ADU, there was actually some dispute about whether or not that should be treated as a 4-family unit that would be subject to rent control. And for a couple of reasons, we decided to just eliminate that and work with the 1 and 2 family units, or 1 and 2 family houses that could then go to 1 accessory unit on a 1 or 1 accessory unit on a 2, and it wouldn't remotely come near what rent control would trigger.
Okay.
I have a question, if I may.
Councilwoman Schlegel.
Thank you, Mayor. So if somebody does put an ADU in their backyard, does your house essentially become a 2-family house? No?
No, it's a different designation. It could be you'll see in the zones, it can be permitted in an R0, R0A, R1, and R2 zone. It's not zoned as a 2-family house. It's not a 2-family house. It's an accessory dwelling with your primary. Okay. And there's setbacks and things in there in terms of where it could be relative to your neighbors.
Yep. Okay. And what about the tax? Do you get reassessed at your house for this, or how does it affect your tax
Yeah, I
Your house
think you know,
taxes.
you would be spending money to invest in buying it, and then you would be, you know, because you're filing paperwork. I mean, we
Our
know
tax
that-
assessors do not miss, so when you file a permit to do some work,
no, I know,
Robin, they
I
will,
know.
they will, yes, look at it.
So,
And it would be an improvement to the property, to the lot, so.
so your taxes can potentially go up,
Correct.
just like when you renovate a bathroom or your kitchen.
Correct.
And, okay, but,
But I think the
okay. So you
idea is-
kind of have to get your rental income and your taxes going up at the sweet spot so that it actually works. Okay,
That's the hope.
right. Yep, okay. Thank you.
I should just say, it's often known as the missing middle housing. That's one of the terms I think the advocates used a lot. And I think it does sort of speak to, again, this whole where, you know, maybe you're not ready to buy a whole house or whatever. There's just, again, the workforce is part of that conversation. It's not designated as workforce housing, but it's the kind of housing someone maybe on a modest income might look for.
Well, that's, yeah, when I saw
Yeah.
workforce, that just triggered. It's not like it's designated specifically. It's
No.
really, if someone is young and looking for a place who can't afford
Yeah.
they may be able to be eligible for one of these.
Right. And
Which,
yeah.
I mean, I was more interested in seniors being the ones who use this. I wasn't considering it at that, so that's where my own comfort comes from. Okay.
And both ways, Councilman, I'd note, right, they could be using it, meaning renting one of those units and being there, but it could be one of the units on their property that they
Right.
rent that with.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it was, to me, this was about seniors who are not long able to stay here. And so that's where I have my concern.
Any other questions, comments? Councilman Jacobellis?
Thank you, Mayor. We also worked with a lot of experts, including folks from the Regional Plan Association, advocates from all around the country. So this has been very massaged to a point where I feel confident. I don't think I've worked more hours on any particular piece of legislation than this one, to be honest. And I want to compliment you, Councilwoman Preiss Abrams, for your patience and for a steady hand, and for making sure all perspectives were considered. You really took your time to get this right and get it to a place where it could have as much support, and I think it makes a lot of sense. I've always come at this from a little bit of an emotional place with trying to keep thinking about families staying together. My family, you know, we grew up and everybody scattered to different states because of different affordability tiers, to the point where a family of 5 literally lives in 4 states, sorry. And so it's personal, right? And I'm always thinking about how can you, if the kids come home from college, is there somewhere they can stay, like an apartment above the garage or accessory dwelling unit attached? If you want to age in place and give the home to your newlywed, son or daughter, they can live in the main home when you live in the accessory unit. I see it as an income stream for seniors or low-income people who are looking to augment their income to be able to afford to stay in town and afford the taxes that keep going up. So I think it's just checks a lot of boxes, and it's an approach to housing policy using a scalpel, which is the way to do it in a town that has no land left. So I just, again, want to commend you. I want to thank all the advocates and folks who worked on this task force that you named earlier. I think it's a really good piece of legislation. I know of at least 5 that are going to be applied for pretty quickly, and we'll pay attention to it. And if we need to look at the law again and change anything in the future, we will do so, but I feel pretty good about it. So thank you again.
Any other questions?
I would, as a father of 3, I'd be careful about wanting kids coming back to the house. I can tell you that right now, especially married ones. So,
Hence the separation, Councilman. So to this side. Any other questions, students, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Preiss Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo absent. Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Jacobellis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-22-32, which is an ordinance amending O-22-07, creating certain offices, positions for employment in the Township of Montclair, Essex, and fixing the salary thereof, and I so move. It's moved and seconded. Without objection, I'm going to open to the public for hearing. Is there objection? Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this ordinance? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing. Any questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Preiss Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo absent. Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-23-07, which is an ordinance to amend Section 327, Vehicles and Traffic, of the Code Township of Montclair. I so move. It's been moved and seconded. I'm going to, without objection, open to the hearing to the public. Is there any objection? Seeing none, it's open. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this ordinance? Seeing none, we will close the hearing on this ordinance. Any questions, concerns, comments? Councilwoman Preiss Abrams.
No, I thank you, and I look forward to voting in favor of this in a moment, but it's in the memo, so it doesn't affect what we're enacting, but it still just never got clarified, and I just want to be clear. There's some east, west, north, south confusion in like the second to the last paragraph there. So it's clear that what we're enacting is a four-way stop at that intersection. So
Correct.
notwithstanding the memo, which has a little bit of an error we didn't cure from last time. Thanks.
So I want to be clear here. So we are putting the stop signs at Forest Street with Claremont, right? So cars that were coming past the light at South Fulton are now going to have to stop right at Forest Street, which is currently a backup, because when I come here, I actually turn on Walnut Street to come. I'm out turn to come up Walnut off of South Willow. My concern here is, as the traffic study has shown,
Where are you saying is the backup? Because if you're heading west, right, it backs up at the light and down the hill.
Right, I'm saying if you're heading east.
I haven't seen
now,
much backup east.
That's
yeah.
what I'm saying.
Okay.
So now, when you head east, come in and you go past South Fulton, now you're stopping at Forest Street, where now you could just keep going. So now you're enacting a potential backup in that stretch, because cars are turning off of South Fulton onto Claremont both ways, as well as the cars that, get through the light. So I think that's what my concern about this. Now, we all know coming this way, coming west, yes, the backup is tremendous, and I just think we may be putting ourselves in the same position. And so so that's my concern here, especially as we discussed earlier, the traffic study that has been done, which has shown that Claremont is a street that has a lot of traffic that comes up to significantly. And so that's the one thing that concerns me about this.
Well, I think one of the keys is A, can always be changed, but B,
Right.
If you look at the light itself there, heading east at the stoplight, there's not a tremendous amount of queuing heading east at the light, right? So I think even though it stops up there, it moves through in a cycle. It's going the other way, going west, that really is bad. And I think that's what makes it so hard then to get these secondary streets to turn off of, which is hence the stop sign. But to your point, we'll look and see how it goes. Yeah. Any other questions, concerns, comments? Councilman Yacobelis.
Thanks, Mayor. I would just comment too, just so the public knows that we're working on also fixing the intersection of North Fullerton and Claremont as well. We're just waiting for the weather to be better, because you can't stripe the road in cold weather, even though it's been mild. If it's a cold snap, the adhesion won't work. So we're just waiting for steady, warmer temperatures to be able to restripe that intersection to have a left turn lane onto North Fullerton from Claremont, so that way you don't have the backups that we're all experiencing. And the other thing I'll just say too is I think the importance of what we're doing tonight too is something that I've experienced living just one house in from Claremont. People just fly down the hill, just fly down. And so I like the idea of having a stop sign there. The only thing I would ask is, I think we only have one of those digital traffic signs, and I don't want to take it away from Bloomfield Avenue where it is, but I think we just have to make sure people understand there's a new traffic pattern, particularly just going down a hill at an accelerated pace. So I don't know the appropriate way to do that because we only have one sign. So I don't know if there's something else we could think of.
A lot of times, the standard procedure will be to put one of those big yellow large cones in the middle of the intersection with a stop as well. So you'll put the stop, and they'll have a huge, version of it there that'll stay there for a significant period of time. Both sides to kind of show that's hopefully as a cheap way it'll be there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Just
And the councilman's point, I'll also point out with the future of making that left turn only, you're talking about eliminating parking on Claremont down that stretch too as well, correct? Yeah, so.
Correct, 2 spots. Yep.
May I ask
Please.
another question? So as we're speaking about, I know that the lit up sort of stop signs, and I don't know if those are done with cells that like it's just solar and it's not like it's, so I don't know if that's
Solar.
maybe a candidate for that, you know, like if we should put, yeah, like with the sort of lights that sort of surround the octagon. I mean, I'm not doing the job. I'm just wondering if that's something that should be considered if, again, the way the counselor described it, like the down the hill.
Could we ask Mrs. Scantlebury to ask Lieutenant Ignazzo for her opinion on that? Okay,
Thank you.
I think you should look into all stop signs because there's several areas. The blinking, you're talking about the ones that blink as you get close to them. It's an investment, but I just know that there's certain streets you drive down them, and if you know at night, especially in the fall. I mean, Grove right now, Grove Street specifically, but wherever we have stop signs, we should just look at it as a potential investment because those lights, I know, and I admit I do drive above 25 miles per hour, and but those, yeah, I'm on the record, no fear, no tickets, but I think that it's those stop signs are they are a deterrent.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Preiss Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo absent. Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-23-02, which is to amend Bond Ordinance O-23-02, providing for capital improvements in the Township of Montclair and the County of Essex, appropriating $700,000, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $665,000 bonds and notes for the township for the cost of, to finance part of the cost thereof. I so move. Second. It's been moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, or comments? Councilman Yacobelis?
Just one, I think, clarifying comment for the good of everybody in the town to hear clearly and understand. Mrs. Scantlebury, this work will not begin on the pools until after they close, right, after the summer. Okay, everybody, the work on the pools will not start until after Labor Day.
And,
After the pools are closed.
Sorry, after the pools are closed.
In your effort to be clear on it, right? Yeah. Yeah. But I certainly will note and appreciate all my colleagues for it's another sign of the investment we're putting in a lot of our infrastructure, including our pools, and certainly frustrating when things are delayed. And I think Councilman Cummings, you noted this, being the delayed budget process last year is why these things spilled over and taking the time. But the investment that we're doing in these is going to make sure that our residents are able to have experience something quality for a long time to come. So really excited about that.
Mr. Scantlebury, can you make sure that we also what the scope of work will be from this ordinance?
Okay, you want me to provide that
When, right,
to you? Okay.
at the right, when, once.
All right, we know what it is. I met with Mr. Wood on Friday, and
Okay.
he advised me, so I can get that to you.
Right.
Any other-
I mean, the public. Yeah, he told me, I just think it's something the public would, because that's essentially really wants to know.
Any other questions, concerns, comments? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Preiss Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo absent. Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-23-08, which is an ordinance to amend Section 347 zoning of the Code of the Township of Montclair. I so move. Second. It's moved and second. Any questions, concerns, comments? Councilwoman Preiss Abrams.
Mayor, I just happened to flag that on the second page, it's under number 2, and there's this bit of a chart. I don't know that we got a corrected one. The lot widths, if it goes 71 to 80, then the next one should be 81 to 90, not 82. So if that wasn't already amended someplace, it needs to be fixed.
Should make a motion to amend.
So I move to amend that detail. I mean, I wasn't in the planning of it, but it just seems to me that's what was intended.
I'll second that motion. I'm also going to add the letter the letter O to 2. So 91 to 100,
Exactly.
81 to 90, and 91 to 100.
Do we have to approve the motion?
It's so amended without objection.
Okay.
Any other questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Preiss Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo absent. Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next, without objection, we'll move our consent agenda, items 1 through, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Next, let's see here. Oh, we did it already. Yeah.
That's what we told you when you came in.
Okay, yeah. Would you like to record your vote as a yes for the first one?
Yes, Mayor, and sorry, Madam Clerk, for pending ordinance, second reading, Ordinance O-22-25, I was out of the room. Now that I'm back, I'd like to record my vote as yes for this ordinance. Thank
Okay.
you. Next is our consent agenda. Without objection, we'll move items 1 through 14. I so move.
Second, but with the point of clarification, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
On number 3, that's just the contract to engage for the service, not for benefits, correct?
That's correct. That's
Thank you,
working
Mr.
with
Mayor.
them.
With that, thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Preiss Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo absent. Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacovelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-23-045, which is a pre-qualification authorization for the award of the fair and open professional services contract to JD Information Systems Consulting, and I so move. It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments? Councilwoman Preiss Abrams.
I just want to acknowledge Mr. Fan, who's still sitting here at our meeting, and pleased that we'll be able to, with this vote, I think, bring some additional support to the role that you play. And I know that there's a lot of demands, and I thank you for the hard work, and I think we'll look forward to the support.
We'll take one of the 4 jobs you're doing off right now.
We're getting there, Mr. Fan.
Exactly. Very good. Any other questions, concerns, comments? Seeing, no, this is not an ordinance. Thank you.
Gotcha. Consent
Thank you.
agenda as well?
No, not,
comments
it's not consent
about the
agenda, it's a
speed that you're
resolution,
spending our
so,
money.
thank you.
Gotcha.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Preiss Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo absent. Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacovelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-23-046, which is a resolution authorizing execution of contract amendment with Smith Maran for the additional architectural services, and I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Yes, so this is for additional work prior to today, or is this work that will be added on to what they did for us?
Mr. Mr. Scantlebury, this is the work that's already been incurred, correct? Overage for what they have, and we should. This is the.
You got to.
And how much,
You got to
Mr.
bring your mic to you.
Mr. Scantlebury, yeah, the question there specifically is what's the overlap of the already completed versus the exceeded not to, increased not to exceed?
It's, the work has exceeded the contract by $10,000.
Okay, so you're saying it's increased, it's exceeded by 10, and therefore it's raising about another 12, is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
The
what
math?
we're going to do is, the contract's going to be raised from $20,000 to $42,000. To not to exceed.
All right, so that's a roughly 27,000
there's a-
increase, and
yes.
10 of it is already incurred.
10 of it's incurred.
So there's about
So
another
the-
12 increased beyond the not to exceed.
But that's 12,000 for additional work, or work that has already been done?
This is for work that has been done,
Hold on, to be clear.
to be done.
To be done, that's what I, yeah, so there's still work to be done.
There's
that's
still
what-
work to be done.
Right, okay.
And if I may, this is an issue that the QPA actually spoke to me about. And I'm not so sure that we're speccing out jobs accordingly, because oftentimes we find that we're amending contracts higher than the actual bid amount, and that could cause problems. That, and we constantly seem to be changing the not-to-exceed amount. Okay, so this is a conversation that I've had with the QPA. He's voiced a major concern with that. So I'll be sending out a memorandum to the department heads, and I will copy the governing body on the concern, and maybe overall we need to do a better job of speccing out these jobs, because we're constantly amending contracts. And my concern, as I said, is that we amend the contract and sometimes it exceeds the original bid amount.
Yep.
And that's a problem.
Yep.
Mr. Scanlonberry, what has been the feedback in terms of how that's handled? I remember years ago, it's almost like, as they say, it's deja vu all over again, right? But, there's conversations about lowering that, right? Because they were so high, you may remember this, right? They were so high, well, high enough to be appropriate, but then the entity never had to come back to the council, so nobody was aware. It was literally a conversation to lower it so that people would have to come back, so that we'd have to approve it, so you'd have to know about it, we'd have to have a discussion about it, at least somebody could raise a flag. So it's kind of going back full circle to where we were, which is just increasing it to a high amount so that they never have to come back. So can you ask when you have your conversations as to how those two things balance?
Yeah, and I think
that?
there can be a sweet spot in there. I think we can spec better and also
but
lower
not too much. Yeah,
and not too much. We need to do a better job with that.
Okay.
When you say spec better, us
Spec
or
out
the
a
vendor?
job. No, I'm talking about the department head of the contractor or whomever that we're contracting with.
I would also like to add, if I may, Mayor, when people come back for additional work, we don't get an itemized bill of what the work is actually, what work they did. Because I've asked for a very, very long time with a couple of our engineering firms that it just happens routinely, and I get a blanket answer. I'm not accusing it, but I get a blanket answer. Well, that we have so many issues in town, and we have so many. They need to look into so many things. There's never an itemized list. They looked into the sewer system on Grove Street, or there was an issue on Park Street, or there's nothing. It's so general. Even with this, it says regarding Lackawanna Plaza. Is it for the planning board? Is it for what did Smith Maran, where was their work done? So I think that maybe going forward, when we look at this, that we could have a little bit more of an itemized list.
Specificity with the
instead of this generalization. Okay. I would like that anyway. I don't.
Any other questions,
You could all
concerns,
think about
comments?
Just a quick comment, Mayor, just so folks at home following along understand that this one and the next one are related to the services that the council is getting in support of the Lackawanna Plaza Development Plan. So just the continued iteration of that in reaction to all the feedback we're getting from the land use bodies, from the public, and discussions with each other. So that's to show that the process is still going on, and that we're extending these contracts with our support contractors as a result of that. Thanks.
And Councilman, these groups specifically did an excellent job with the Seymour Street work that was done. I know prior to you, but I certainly can say, and I know those of us who served already, excellent work there to make sure we had a quality product. Any other questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Preiss Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo absent. Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-23-047, it's a resolution authorizing execution of a contract amendment with Phillips, Preiss, Grygiel for additional planning services. So move.
Second, please.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Yeah, so,
Councilman Cummings.
yeah, so this is going back into the current redevelopment plan and amending that with responses to similar what we're at with the Smith and them are doing. So do we know specifically what they're going to be looking at redevelopment, engaging in terms of updating?
This is to retain them so that they can continue that process with us.
Based on
Collectively.
information that we get back from HBC planning and
Correct.
public?
Yes, all of the input, including the input that we give them based on everything that we've reviewed.
Okay, and is this Keenan in
Yes.
that too?
Yes.
Okay.
and Councilman, down to the specific projects prior. I mean, they're looking at building materials, structure, the whole thing, when anything comes in.
Yeah, I had a good meeting with him the other
Yeah.
day, so, okay.
Yep. It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Preiss Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor
Shamika
Russo
King.
absent. Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-23-048, which is a resolution authorizing emergency purchase pursuant to N.J.S.A. 40A:11-6, which is for the emergency repair of the Valley Road Firehouse. I so move.
Second, this is the one I meant please on, by the way.
Okay.
That's the first word,
You just got
Counselor.
ahead of your.
I got ahead of
I
myself.
understand.
It's
Okay.
late. Sorry.
All right, it's been it's been moved and seconded, and certainly we all saw the specs and reasons why there. But any questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Preiss Abrams?
Yes, I did have a question. Is it out of order to ask my question?
We are in the middle of a vote, but if you
After we
have
vote, I will vote for it, but I still have a question. Can I ask it at the end?
Sure.
Thank you. I vote yes.
Counselor Russo absent. Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Councilwoman.
Thank you. I did mean to ask, it says the cost for the emergency work of $28,000 and change will be paid with this 2021 CDBG grant for the bathroom project. So how was this done with CDBG money from 2021? Does anybody know? Like why was that money sitting around? We just have money like that?
Mr. Skinner.
The monies was appropriated, but the project was not done then, so it's still the monies from 2021 for this particular project, and that's the ADAs for the firehouses.
So the same money that was doing the general work was able to cover this repair as well?
The same
I mean-
appropriated money for the firehouses was used for this.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Resolution R-23-049. Councilwoman Schlager, would you do the honors?
Of course, thank you, Mayor. Whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in favor of the following persons for the amount set opposite their respective names have been received, duly audited, and found correct. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair, the County of Essex, that said invoices be and they are hereby ordered paid, and that checks be drawn by the Finance Department to the order of such persons to the amounts respectively and hereinafter stated on this computer printout attached hereto and made a part hereof. This bill list is dated February 21st, the year of 2023, for the amount of $16,629,216.80, and I so move.
Second.
Questions, concerns, comments?
I just have one question, Mayor.
Please, Councilman.
Mrs. Scantlebury, at page 16, Gannett Fleming, you may just know off the top of your head, 17,000. It says emergency purchase for the Township of, and then it cuts off. Page 16, Gannett Fleming, 17,121. Just want to know what it's for. Sorry, you need a microscope to see the page numbers. Top right. It's under parking capital, so I just don't know if it's related to the Midtown
And is your
deck.
microphone on? Is your microphone on?
Midtown deck? Okay.
Yes, I believe it's the Midtown deck.
Any other questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Preiss Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo absent. Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-23-051, which is a resolution authorizing the Deputy Town Manager as a bank signatory. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, thank you very much. With that, I saw the email. Councilman, you sent this for the next discussion to occur in executive session, so we'll do that there. And we also have Resolution R-23-050, which is a resolution authorizing executive session without the public hearing, without the public being permitted to attend in accordance with N.J.S.A. 10:4-12B. Items have been listed, and it also includes personnel and the other item which was added without objection. Those are all the matters. So with that, I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Abstentions? Opposed? We are now moving into executive session. Thank you very much. All right, I'll bring us back into session. Thank you. Next is a resolution to authorize outstanding payment for legal services for an independent employment practice investigation in connection with the fire promotion exam, and I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Questions, concerns, comments? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
No.
Counselor Preiss Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo absent. Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is resolution authorizing payment to the Deputy Manager, Brian Scantlebury, in the amount of $15,000 for duties associated with establishing the Rent Control Office. I so move.
Second.
Questions, concerns, comments? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Preiss Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo absent. Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Go around the horn. Mr. Scantlebury, anything to add?
Yes, the Health Department Director will be starting Monday, March 6th. Your microphone's on. I'm sorry. The Health Department Director will be starting March 6th, and then subsequent to that, we'll be moving on the Director of Senior Services. Ms. Alicia Dawkins will be implementing an EAP program, the Employee Management Assistant Program, which are professionally trained staff to assist employees in need of emotional, psychological, professional development needs. And this is something that we've needed here for a while, but up until now didn't have, so we'll be starting that up pretty soon. The Rent Control Office is gearing up for the 2023 registrations. We'll be reminding landlords on every social platform that the registration is due in April. So the next Rent Control meeting is on March 8th. That's all I had.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk?
I don't have a report, Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Attorney?
No report tonight.
Madam Attorney?
Nothing, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilman Cummings?
Nothing, Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Preiss Abrams?
No, thanks, everybody. Good night.
Councilman Yacobelis?
Thanks, Mayor. I will just comment on some of the things that were said earlier. I think I needed to collect my thoughts. It's a lot to it's a lot to have one's integrity questioned, and I guess that just is something that comes with the territory. And I don't blame people for being cynical about government, especially given the last few years. And frankly, it's why I decided to run in the first place, was to be part of the change that I wanted to see in the world. So, unfortunately, I feel the need to just reinforce that I take this job very seriously. I take ethics very seriously. I take conflicts of interest very seriously, and I consistently act with guidance from attorneys on any area that I feel is gray or questionable, to make sure that I'm doing everything and always coloring within the lines. I also think it's very obvious when we have a big project that we're part of and that we're influencing, it's a very obvious potential conflict of interest, and that is why, and any financial records will show, received no contributions from Mr. Placek to my political committee ever, and they're not a supporter of Out Montclair either. Historically, yes, but not at all related to when I've had a paid position, not even close. Out Montclair, I know, is independent corporation. There's a board of trustees. The organization will be putting out their own statement to clarify on behalf of the board and the organization, the position, conflict of interest policies, the facts as they exist there as well. And I just thought that was important to all say on the record. And I get it, having and being cynical, but please give us the benefit of the doubt. That's the one thing we can ask for, is that we get the benefit of the doubt. It's really alarming to hear accusations, to have the names of other people who have nothing to do with these situations implicated. And I think it's really the behavior by some who are frankly just opposed to this project from a political perspective and politically motivated, to undermine the process and question credibility of individuals like myself and to question the character and integrity of people who work for nonprofit organizations and other professionals and everyday citizens in this town is really shameful and disgraceful, and it actually takes away from the really reasonable arguments that people are making that they feel or how they feel about this project. So I just want to elevate and encourage that we elevate this discourse to a place where we're talking about what's really happening, what could really happen there, and what the impacts would be to the extent that we know, and that we just continue to go through this process. None of us have voted for Lackawanna Plaza. We have voted to introduce a plan so that it would go through this process. We're living through this process so that it can get put through the ringer. And we need to continue to let that happen. But this is not a foregone conclusion, and why anybody thinks that is beyond me. So anyway, just let's elevate the discourse, because it's really shameful to see some of the politically motivated behavior. And I'm certainly not going to tolerate it. And I hope that we can all just move forward. Thank you.
Councilman, maybe to that point, I think, and I'd turn to all my colleagues and say, I think there's an opportunity for us to all be, even more vigilant in these meetings and otherwise to make sure that there's going to be a lot of difference of opinions that are brought forward. That's what healthy, and that's what we all want. But we can all, and rightfully so, should make sure we safeguard against, name calling, random accusations, otherwise, to make sure that it's done in a respectful manner. I know all of you serve and work hard to serve honorably, and I know that the public has concerns. That's all fair to come forward and raise questions, but we're respectful, and people need to be respectful, and all of us have an obligation in that. We all have responsibilities ourselves, and so do they. So to each other and to the public and them to us. So I'll just use that as an opportunity to note that. Councilwoman Schlager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, but I'm good. Thank you. Hope everyone, good night.
Mr. Deputy Mayor.
I'm going to break the
given
record.
the late hour, Mr.
Yeah,
Deputy Mayor,
there's
which
no,
we
no,
usually hear
given the
from
late
you.
hour,
Let's see what
I will only
comes
have
out of
two
your
things
mouth.
this
Okay.
evening. For Mr. Fan out there in the audience and whoever's out there in TV and computer land, two things real quick. The redistricting issue, which has come up recently with some of the meetings that were held, I just want to thank again Mr. Frasier, who was here last council meeting, who was instrumental. Mr. Scantlebury had reached out to me when this came up. We met with Mr. Burr and Ms. DeVito and our township clerk, Ms. Bermudez Neves, and as a result, we got Riker involved right away, and they did a spectacular job for us as a council. Mr. Scantlebury, thank you for reaching out to me on that issue. Real quick, too, surprised this, I shouldn't be surprised this came up. The last meeting, we started at 6, and I left around midnight. At 2 o'clock, I had major dental surgery, which I didn't get out of the chair till about 4 o'clock. Went home real quick, popped a couple of aspirin, and came here. And unfortunately, it's out there, I'm not surprised, that somehow I left at midnight after being here for 6 hours, after having dental surgery, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, that I somehow left my colleagues to make decisions that I couldn't make or I wasn't willing to stay. That's patently unfair. Knock it off, okay? I had dental surgery. I was in extreme pain. And being here for 6 hours with a 2-hour lapse there for the actual surgery and to go home, that's all I'm going to say about that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Appreciate that. Just a couple pieces to make sure we get for update at the next one. Mr. Scantlebury, in working with the competent team up here, everyone's working on this, but can you please make sure that you share out with the full council at our next meeting the interactions with the lead remediation and the tree replacement plan that we're looking at here. So please have that ready for us there. An update on the Ascend security concerns that we heard today as well. I think that was one that we're all looking to make sure we are on top of there, and we can go from there on that one. With that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Thank you very much, everybody. We're adjourned. Thank you.